Recording has started.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's workshop. We are going to get started here in just a few minutes, but before we do, I would like to go over a few housekeeping items with those of you that we do have in the room. For those of you that have already joined us, the first thing I would like to make mention of is our chat pod, which is located on the left-hand side of your screen, marked chat. This chat pod will be the best way to communicate with us if you have any questions regarding today's material. All questions pertaining to the material will be retained until the Q&A session that will be held at the very end of all of today's presentations. So please feel free at any point of today's talk to go ahead and type in your questions there in the chat pod. We will pull them out and house them for you, and then we will make sure that they are asked of the individual speaker or of the panel at the very end of today's presentations. This chat pod is also the best way to communicate with us should you experience any technical issues. If you do have any technical issues, please make sure to let us know there in the chat pod, and either myself or one of our customer service representatives will make sure to get you taken care of. All of your audio for today's event is going to be streaming through your computer speakers. So if you can hear the sound of my voice, I'm going to ask that you utilize the chat pod on the left-hand side of your screen to let me know that you are able to hear the sound of my voice and that you're not having any technical issues thus far. This will also ensure that your chat pod is working properly. Again, if you do experience any technical issues with audio or the slides, please make sure to let us know there in the chat. We've been utilizing our new platform now for about a month and a half, but if you do experience any issues with your slides or your audio freezing, the best thing to do is to refresh your screen and then simply hit the play button again on your live feed, and that will get you back in and reset your connection for the live feed of the event. We've also found that Mozilla Firefox and Google Chrome will offer you, the user, the best user experience possible. So please make sure if you are able to go ahead and utilize one of those platforms to make sure that you experience the best possible outcome from today's workshop. As we do with all of our events, we always like to find out a little bit more about our audience. So if you could take a few moments, as Christy and Helen have done, and type in your location there in the chat pod. Not only will that make sure that your chat pod is working properly, but it'll also give us some great live feedback about who is joining us for today's event. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Julie, for typing in your location there. Again, if you do have any issues or any technical questions, please let us know there in the chat, and myself, Tyler, or Julian will make sure to get you taken care of today. We've got about 5 minutes before we get started. I'm going to mute my line back. We'll let the rest of the participants come into the room, and then we will get started here shortly. Thank you for joining us today. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's workshop. We are going to get started here in about 2 or 3 minutes, but before we do, I would like to go over a few housekeeping items with those of you that have come into the room. For those of you that have already joined us, the first thing I would like to make mention of is our chat pod, which is located on the left-hand side of your screen marked chat. I do see that many of you have already found that. This chat pod will be the best way to communicate with us if you have any questions regarding today's material. All questions pertaining to the material will be retained until the Q&A session that will be held at the very end of today's workshop. So please feel free at any point of today's talk to go ahead and type in your questions there in the chat pod, and we will pull those out and house them for you, and then we will have a Q&A session after everyone's presentations are complete at the end of today's workshop. We would hate for you to forget your questions, so please feel free to type them in at any time, and we will house those for you. This chat pod is also the best way to communicate with us should you experience any technical issues. If you do have any technical issues, please make sure to let us know there in the chat pod, and either myself or one of our customer service representatives will make sure to get you taken care of. You will also see above the live feed, we do have a customer service phone number and email as well. Should your chat pod not be functioning properly, you can get in touch with us there and we can help troubleshoot that way. All of your audio for today's event is going to be streaming through your computer speakers. So if at any point of today's workshop you lose audio, or your audio stops playing, or your screen live feed for your presentation freezes, the best thing to do is to start by refreshing your web browser and then hitting the play button again on your live feed. Most of the time that will reset your connection, and then you can continue listening with the live feed there in your web browser. We have also found that the best web browsers to utilize for our new platform is Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. So if you do have the ability, please make sure that you are utilizing one of those platforms to ensure the best user experience on your end. Again, if you do have any technical issues, please make sure to let us know there in the chat or get in touch with us through phone or email to make sure that we can help you troubleshoot any of the issues that you might be experiencing. It is the top of the hour, so I'm going to mute my line back just for a moment, and then we will shift some things around and we will get today's workshop started. Thank you for joining us today. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for module number 5 in our probabilistic genotyping workshop series. We had last week off, so we are very thankful and grateful that you are joining us again for this week's workshop. This week's workshop is entitled Representation of Statistical Weight to Stakeholders and the Court. We do have 3 presenters today, so I'm going to first introduce our moderator and first presenter, Dr. Tamara Moretti. Dr. Tamara Moretti is with the FBI laboratory. She has developed this series as a forum for experts in the field of statistical genetics and probabilistic genotyping to share their knowledge and experience as the forensic DNA testing community transitions to ProbGen. She will be moderating today's module, and we'll just go through our quick disclaimer before I hand things over to her. The opinions, findings, and conclusions or recommendations expressed in this presentation are those of the presenter and do not necessarily reflect those of the Department of Justice. Any products and manufacturers discussed are presented for informational purposes only and do not constitute product approval or endorsement by the U.S. Department of Justice. And now, without any further ado, I would like to hand things over to our moderator and first presenter, Dr. Tamara Moretti.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us again today. And I would like to join Josh and welcome you to the session, whether this is your first session with us or whether you are returning. Today, we are going to continue in our series on probabilistic genotyping of evidentiary DNA typing results, as Josh mentioned, and on our journey here to to relay our knowledge and experience with the goal here of helping both forensic scientists, forensic DNA experts, and people who are in the legal aspect of our field to understand this new approach to interpretation and calculating statistical weight. Here's where we have been so far in the series. We started out at the beginning of May and had some great talks that addressed issues that we have with interpretation, particularly of some complex types of mixtures. And then we moved into describing the statistical aspects of probabilistic genotyping. We went over 3 different software programs and had some comparisons of different programs explained to us. And then we went through validation of ProbGen systems with some empirical data, going over guidelines. And today we are continuing on to talk about how we can best understand and communicate likelihood ratios. And I'm very pleased to be joined by Stephen Myers and David Kay today. And then just to mention while the slide's up, in 1 week, we're going to be talking about probabilistic genotyping in the court systems, hearing from Don Herkenham, and then Mark Perlin, John Buckleton, and then Geraldine Conway. So just to start off the concept for today, there are many stakeholders that have interests or concerns in the DNA evidence. Those are the various people represented here. So it's the onus is on the DNA expert to try to accurately convey the statistical weight for the evidence so that these various people can understand the likelihood ratios and make informed decisions. And then we know as well that there is interest in the news media and the community in the work that we do. Now, this is my little bit of humor. I've been told that our 4 hours together is a long time for folks to carve out of their workday and stay attuned to all the complex information that we're given. So we threw off the tie there as we're talking about pretrial communications, perhaps with the contributor of the evidence, a law enforcement agency, or attorneys in the case. Now, we may have the opportunity to speak on the phone with those individuals, or wouldn't it be a perfect world if our laboratory reports could stand on their own as something that the non-scientists who have interest in our results could fully comprehend? So oftentimes the questions, is this the suspect's DNA or isn't it? Or you've given me a likelihood ratio. Really, what does that mean? Ideally, if we're talking about it today, we would be able to describe it the exact same way tomorrow, whether we're in court for the same or a different case. Likelihood ratios of the same magnitude should be described in the same way. And we would hope as well that within a laboratory or a lab system, say as in a state, people that are following, using the same software, using the same protocol, or just describing the statistic are doing so in a consistent and accurate manner. And as well, we would hope that people, the DNA experts in different states, are representing the statistical weight in a similar fashion in terms of its meaning. So the goal today is to help you understand the likelihood ratios and talk about ways that it can be communicated and help you tune your ear to lines of questioning that may lead you to make a statement that is what we call a prosecution or a defense fallacy. After I talk, we're going to move to Stephen Myers, and the first bullet here about Stephen is one of the main reasons that his perspective on educating, that I'm very pleased that he's joined us today. Whether it's kinship or ProbGen, his belief is the same. If you understand the meaning, formulation, and underpinnings of your likelihood ratio statistic, you will be more likely to word it correctly in your reports and on the witness stand. I've had the pleasure of working with Stephen on a number of committees at SWGDAM, where we've worked on documents relative to probabilistic genotyping and likelihood ratios, and he's also worked on similar documents, including familial searching recommendations with OSAC, and we have worked together on the ProbGen validation guidelines that we talked about last week, as well as the recommendations for reporting likelihood ratios that we're going to be talking about today. He's also worked on guidance for assigning propositions to likelihood ratios. He has 30 years of experience in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis, and for the past 28 years, he has worked at the Jan Bashinsky DNA Laboratory at the California Department of Justice, where his duties have been casework, method development, as well as teaching through Cal DOJ's California Criminalistics Institute. So thanks so much, Stephen, for being with us here today, and welcome. And after Stephen, David Kay is going to be speaking. I'm privileged to introduce him as the Distinguished Professor and Weiss Family Scholar at Penn State Law at University Park, and Regents Professor Emeritus of Law and Life Sciences at Arizona State University. He holds degrees in law from Yale, astronomy from Harvard, and physics at MIT, and he has practiced law as a federal prosecutor, including serving on the Watergate Special Prosecution Force, and also as an associate in a private law firm. He has numerous publications that include textbooks on scientific evidence and empirical methods in law, 3 treatises on evidence and scientific evidence, and over 180 articles and letters in journals of law, philosophy, psychology, medicine, genetics, forensic science, and statistics. He's also the author and co-author of The Double Helix and the Law of Evidence from Harvard University Press, chapters of the National Academy of Sciences and Federal Judicial Center's Reference Manual on Scientific Evidence, and of chapters on the interpretation of evidence in 2 encyclopedias of forensic science. So I'm thrilled that he is with us today, and welcome. So now we're going to be moving forward with my presentation, which is on communicating likelihood ratios and giving you some of the reasoning and empirical basis for the SWGDAM recommendations on communicating likelihood ratios. So I just wanted to also share our disclaimer for the FBI laboratory and comment that some of you may recognize some of the material in today's presentation. I've talked about it in road shows, and we did another webinar, which is available at FTCOE on their website. And some of the data that I'm going to be showing today has been introduced in other webinars in this series, and we're going to see today how it assists us in, or has assisted us in coming up with ways to communicate likelihood ratios. This slide may look familiar to you as well if you were part of the first webinar, where we see from the last CODIS survey the number of laboratories that are currently calculating evidentiary weight by the various methods shown there, the binary grouping of methods, as well as those that have implemented probabilistic genotyping with the various software systems that they are using broken down in the last column. I put this slide up again because at a recent symposium of the Potomac group that was held in Richmond, Virginia last month, we sent a piece of paper around and asked the folks that were there, and there were about 100 of them, to tally up how many years of experience they had in reporting the different methods. And there were actually several hundred years of experience in reporting LRs and CPI in the binary approach to interpretation, but a mere 20 years of experience in reporting probabilistic genotyping. So we know where we are on this journey for learning about ProbGen, learning about likelihood ratios, and coming to a level of comfort in our ability to accurately express those results. I'd like you to pause for a moment, though, and I'm going to show some electropherograms that are from a very recent study that we did of mock contact DNA evidence, or touch DNA, if you will. And I want to thank Alice Brown for late last night putting together these electropherograms for me based on the study. This is a hair tie, and you can see from the result it has very limited DNA. All of those alleles are well under what we would use as a stochastic threshold if this were a binary approach to interpretation. 8 alleles total in this profile. And note, they typically are on the left side as DNA for the smaller or lower molecular weight segments of the DNA amplifying more efficiently in the sample. And Alice calculated for us the HPD likelihood ratio, and for this limited profile, we see we have 1,580 for the likelihood ratio. I always like, when we talk about ORs, for you to be able to envision what types of profiles we are actually talking about, which is why I'm showing you these, and we'll come back to them a little later on in the talk. These happen to be those single source as the touch DNA samples here. This one is even more limited, and there are only 2 loci other than the gender determining loci, so 2 STR loci that have a total of 3 alleles, and that gave an LR of 67, which we would categorize as limited support. That's an example of a limited support type of profile. And here's another. This is swabbing from the inside of a bottle mouth, where we have at 3 loci, 3 alleles, returning an LR of 35. I would comment that there's really not much different. Essentially, the 35 and the previous 67 are about the same level of support, and probably repeating those analyses would due to MCMC. As we've discussed previously, we would see some variation in those likelihood ratios, but they would still be fairly close to the values shown here. And this is the classic 1 allele at 1 locus, and of course we often just get an X with these types of results at amylogen and well, but this returned a likelihood ratio of 2, which is limited support. A reanalysis of this would possibly give us a number under 10 or perhaps even 1, which is uninformative. So one question that we would have to ask ourselves is should we be analyzing, interpreting, and reporting limited typing results of that at that level? And that is something that there's actually a lot of discussion among folks in our community on that very topic. And considering whether you should or shouldn't report those types of results, you have to ask the question, are you convinced these are actually allelic peaks? So to inform on that question, you'd consider, is your analytical threshold appropriately set? Is this, or if you're not using an analytical threshold, is your system able to adequately separate out signal from noise, alleles from the background? Are you using appropriate thermocycling conditions and not using the so-called enhanced detection approaches? SWGDAM in one of its guidance documents talks about enhanced detection methods like over-amplifying or concentrating the sample down. So are you not using anything to enhance detection along those lines? Are you operating under conditions that minimize drop-in? And if you have experienced drop-in throughout your validation, have you properly modeled it? That could potentially, we could potentially in those electropherograms be seeing drop-in peaks. But as long as our probabilistic genotyping system is properly modeling them, that would be okay. And do you take the proper precautions to minimize and detect contamination in your laboratory? What did your validation reveal? All of these aspects should have been addressed through your validation, which would give you confidence whether results at this level could be reliably used in the process. So you cannot know the absolute truth of how the detected DNA came to be, but you can operate under reliable procedures and proceed within the limitations of the typing system. And the final point that is one that I've made in a previous part of our series, that the limitations that we have come to understand about STR typing through our experiences over the past 2 decades with binary or manual interpretation approaches, some of them do apply to probabilistic genotyping, but not necessarily all of them. So I would encourage everyone in their laboratory to really focus on ground truth data for low or limited typing results like the ones we've seen today and complex mixtures, so that you can develop reliable approaches for analyzing and reporting those results. And I think critical to that is that we understand the meaning of LRs, and in particular, those that are close to 1. And we're going to come back to those electropherograms and values that are close to 1 a little later on in my presentation. So let's take a snapshot of how labs have communicated likelihood ratios since they have moved to probabilistic genotyping. And I would like to acknowledge Geraldine Conway at the FBI laboratory, who also served on the SWGDAM ad hoc group for recommendations on reporting likelihood ratios. She gathered all this information from various labs doing a survey of how they report the various levels of likelihood ratios. The slide here, though, is just the published verbal scales. So we see the original publication by Evett and Weir in 1998. And the first ones are just focusing on values that are greater than 1. So this would be the ones that support the prosecution hypothesis, or H1, as some like to call it. And you can see here the ranges, for example, 1 to 10, a likelihood ratio on this particular scale would be described as limited support. In the range of 10 to 100, we have moderate support, 100 to 1,000 strong, and then very strong was the original description for likelihood ratios that were greater than 1,000. And then over the years, we can see that there have been some changes in terms of these descriptions. Note that none of these have the so-called inconclusive zones or ranges of likelihood ratios that would be reported as inconclusive. They do include the words null and no assistance for likelihood ratios that are equal to 1. And that's when both the numerator and denominator, the prosecution and defense propositions, one is not any greater than the other. And that would be null or no assistance. And then the one here on the end, which is the MC recommended scale and from 2015, also I think essentially flips the scale to express likelihood ratios that are less than 1. So in the survey, we have a grouping of 5 laboratories shown here, and they're all in shades of green for the most part because they're sort of similar. They're grouped similarly in our survey. So here we have a similar type of approach here, and then we have the ones that are very granular. They have moderately strong, strong, very strong, extremely strong, and then others that are more simplistic, weak, moderate, and strong. And then we have a laboratory that does not use a verbal scale and just reports support for inclusion and support for exclusion, as well as inconclusive zones, which are described as either, and all of these as uninformative. We'll be talking later in the talk about inconclusive zones, and these labs also describe degrees of support for H2. So an LR that is less than 1 could be described as moderate support for the defense or proposition or H2. This grouping of laboratories shown basically blue and red are the ones that are different from the last grouping and that they have no degrees of support for H2. And how they report these results is once the likelihood ratio is lower than the value of the range of their uninformative range, shown in gray, they will outright exclude the person of interest as a possible contributor to the evidence. And this grouping has inconclusive zones, but note that, again, as in the last slide, there's variability among laboratories and how they are referring to the same levels of results. For example, if we were to look, say, in this range up to 10,000, it could be considered strong, moderate, or limited. Here we even have one that's very strong where it's moderate in another laboratory. And then the last grouping is actually from one laboratory that uses different degrees of support depending on the number of contributors there are to the evidence, 1 person, 2 to 3, or 4-person mixtures. And so the meaning of the qualifier and the range of their inconclusive zone changes with the number of contributors to the evidence. So this approach, I'm guessing, is largely tied to the laboratory's validation. So they are applauded for that. Others might look at this and say an LR is an LR, and should it be considered relative to the number of contributors in the evidence or not? So that is one question. So given that we had recognized in the community as we were approaching implementation as a community of probabilistic genotyping with a number of laboratories already there and having implemented and others validating and developing their standard operating procedures, SWGDAM thought it would be a good idea to get together a special group of experts, and they were pulled from SWGDAM, those that had worked on the validation of probabilistic genotyping, those guidelines, and those that had implemented and worked with the systems, as well as experts outside of our SWGDAM group who had been working with probabilistic genotyping and reporting likelihood ratios for decades. So we had a fantastic group of experts who discussed, initially we thought we were talking about just the verbal scale, but it broadened into the topic of how should the LR be communicated in reports and testimony. And those recommendations are on the SWGDAM.org website if you click publications. And then under the SWGDAM communications, you will see the document, the link for the document of the recommendations for reporting likelihood ratios. So the key topics that were evaluated by the SWGDAM group was, in general, reporting LRs to convey statistical weight, the usage of verbal qualifiers based on the magnitude of the LR. Is that something the group would or wouldn't recommend? How to report an LR that supports the exclusionary proposition. Now, we've seen laboratories in the previous slides that report degrees of support and others that just declare exclusion. We also talked about the potential for adventitious support for a false proposition. This would be, for example, a non-contributor to the DNA evidence that returned an LR supporting the prosecution hypothesis or was greater than 1. And then finally, the conclusiveness of an LR relative to its magnitude. In other words, based on the number, is any LR inconclusive? Now, this is the snapshot of the approaches that were used by some of the members or subset of the members in this ad hoc SWGDAM group. So these are the people who were having the discussion. So first of all, recognize that we had no consensus approach as we entered these discussions. And we all, note, had inconclusive zones. So moving forward, I'd just like to make a comment about the terminology. I made this comment as well in the first webinar, but the terms for the propositions HP and HD, where the P represents prosecution and D for defense, these were used by SWGDAM and are merely just the historical vernacular that was used to represent alternate propositions. Some folks don't like these terms. They argue that they're not actually or not necessarily representative of the propositions or the positions of the different parties. They're not necessarily developed in consultation with the attorneys. They are set by the scientists. And in fact, there may be several propositions that are under consideration by the parties, and we may not know one or both of their positions at the time of reporting. So these are just the propositions that are the best or that are developed by the scientists and are the best based on the best information that we have at that time. And at the FBI, we use the terms H1 and H2. Another option is HP and HA for alternate. But regardless of what we call them, this is what they mean and what they represent. In terms of the recommendations made by SWGDAM, the first to discuss is that labs must report the LR as a number. And that is for both H1 and H2 supporting results. So the LR is always reported. There was a comment made in a previous webinar that verbal scales hide information. They don't in the context of this recommendation, that the LR is always going to be given with one exception, and that is if there is an outright exclusion. But if more than one LR is in the results, this could be, for example, if you calculated the likelihood ratio in different population groups, and you only want to report one of those for simplicity's sake, we recommend that you report the lowest. What do we mean by the lowest? Here's a scale going from low to high, and this does not mean the number with the lowest weight, which would be the number closest to 1. That's not what we mean. We literally mean the lowest number, so always moving down the scale. And keep in mind, just to clarify, if you are talking about 1 million supporting H2 versus 1,000, bear in mind that we're actually talking about a reciprocal number that is less than 1. So on this side, also remember that this is what we mean by lowest in that particular direction. And then the exception is if we are declaring an exclusion outright. I was asked, given those examples, I was asked, well, what about my software system where I get a different kind of result on the log scale? What is the lowest number? And these were the actual numbers that were provided to me in this question. And here we have it on the linear scale, what the numbers actually are, and more of a simple view with numbers that are a little easier to digest would be 0.1, which is a tenth, which is a log, on a log scale, -1, and 0.01, which is 1 in 100. On the log scale, it's a -2. And again, just as in the previous slide, the -2 would be a lower number, as is evident, than the -1. The second point to make is that labs may report an exclusion outright for an LR that is less than 1, rather than describing the levels of support for H2. Now, this was based on the fact that there seems to be a point at which it is reasonable to say that the person of interest is excluded. Conceptually, for example, if you were to tell someone that we have strong support for the H2 proposition, this really suggests exclusion. So what SWGDAM recommended was that based on your internal validation, you may define an upper bound, and we say that at most it should be 1 in 100, below which LRs that are less than 1 may be reported as an exclusion. So this is something in testing true contributors and non-contributors to the mixtures and so forth, that you may define this point at which it would be reasonable to exclude outright. And you can develop that value based on the ground truth data from the typing results that you've prepared. Now, we do spend some time, though, considering what the layperson's understanding of an LR is or could be. And I'm told that for most criminal cases where the subject cannot be excluded, that they result in pleas. This means that the report alone must speak to the result in a manner that is accurate, in a manner that can be easily or understood. The example shown here, I thought, was a really clever example from John Buckleton at a symposium in Texas last November. He asked the question, well, who's taller, a person who's 6'3" or a person who is 3.8 cubits? And the answer to that is that that's exactly the same height, making the point that you have to understand the measurement in order to draw a conclusion. If you were to say something is 10 times more likely, does that 10 times more likely give any understanding of the magnitude of the evidential weight when there's no additional explanation about what 10 times actually means, or given a context to the statistic? 10 times more likely on a scale of 10, or on a scale of 100, or on a scale of, a gazillion. 10 would mean different things depending on the context of that. So the question before the court, did the defendant leave the DNA, given that the typing results are 10 times more likely if the DNA came from him than if they came from an unknown, unrelated individual? Well, 10 times, this is actually just slightly greater than if he did not leave the evidence. So this gets to the point that understanding context of these values, or providing some way of understanding that 10 is really not a large number in the scheme of the numbers that we generate, that would be useful. So should more than the LR be communicated? Well, given that you may or may not have the opportunity to explain the number to the end user, would you want to risk misinterpretation of its value? Should you supplement the LR, because we know you have to report the LR unless it's an outright exclusion? Should you supplement it with a descriptor in the report or testimony that helps to understand the level of weight? Now, MC, which is a European network of forensic science institutes, recommends the following terms, and these are ones that we saw earlier on those scales: no assistance, slight or limited, moderate, moderately strong, strong, very strong, and extremely strong. So for us moving forward here in the United States, there are options. One question would be to leave it to the individual expert to explain. So you would answer on the fly. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you understand your LRs and you can do it consistently and accurately. One issue, though, is that different adjectives and explanations might be used among different DNA experts, which could be perceived by a juror, let's say, to mean different things. There's a potential also for inconsistency over time, especially for someone who is very new to communicating likelihood ratios versus how they might describe it a few years from now when they've developed more so-called comfort or experience in communicating what those values mean. Some want to approximate a frequency for the LR. So this would be taking the LR and then basically returning to that comfort we had with reporting random match probabilities or communicating the results in a manner that the courts may have heard in the past here in the United States. Or they may want to supplement with information about non-contributors that would be expected to return the value obtained for the evidence. So along those lines, one question you just have to ask yourself is, this is a complex topic or idea for a layperson to understand. And does adding what type of additional information, does it make it more complex or does it simplify the information that is being conveyed? The second option would be to use lab-defined descriptors. So that's what we saw in the scales previously. Labs have based this on published approaches, like one from the Association of Forensic Science Providers, or EMSI. One of the criticisms about those, we'll see those another view on that scale in a moment, is that it's arbitrary, or labs could base that on their validation. It could be subject to variation among laboratories due to differences in validation testing and the subjectivity of defining that approach. We saw that in the previous slides. And this variation that we see among laboratories suggests that experts and the forensic science community disagree. There's no consensus on the meaning of an LR or how much support it is actually providing in terms of its description of statistical weight. And the LR ranges used by laboratories to be viewed as subjective and arbitrary. The third option would be to use a consensus approach across the forensic DNA testing community. And who would decide that approach? Well, SWGDAM made recommendations for a verbal scale after considering the published approaches that is fit for purpose, and it is based on assessment that is fit for purpose based on an assessment relative to the largest collective body of validation data to date. And that is a study Duncan Taylor introduced to us in a recent webinar. I'll go over it as well, where there were over 28 million tests conducted. The effort here is to achieve consistency within and among laboratories and the representation of LR, with the context of the LR along the scale being conveyed. So to that end, SWGDAM has recommended that labs may report a verbal qualifier with the LR. And in other words, if you are reporting a verbal qualifier, you have to include the LR. If you're reporting an LR, you don't have to include the verbal qualifier. The usage of the verbal scales dates back to the 1980s for DNA, originating with Ian Evatt, and it has been used by all UK laboratories since the start of DNA testing in England, Scotland, New Zealand, Australia. And Ted Hunt, who is a speaker in one of our future webinars, stated it's unrealistic to think that we can calibrate a jury, one way of thinking, calibrate a jury to understand, everyone understanding the same way what these numbers mean. But supplemental information, such as these descriptors, can be helpful. And so in terms of which words would we use? Well, within science, there are perfectly reasonable ways to go, and there might not clearly be a right or a wrong answer. You should proceed and be able to justify your position. More information is better, even if it's not perfect. And as an example of what we mean there, the term limited support for H1. Some feel that a better description for that would be weak, or the use of the word support implies something, or limited support for H1 might be perceived to mean support for H2. Not perfect, but I think we as the experts and the people conveying these results, it's on us to explain what we mean by these terms. So SWGDAM and our recommendations have provided some information to help you understand what we, the group at SWGDAM, meant by these terms. It's based on empirical data, and I will take you through that as well. And to understand that and put that in context, I want to go back to something we've seen already, and that is the FBI's range of incorrect support. This is a plot showing the percent of analyses for each of these contributor categories, H2 supporting LRs and H1 supporting LRs along the scale from 0 up to over 1 million, and the data are broken down into ranges. I think these were the original AS, the Association of Forensic Science Providers scale that we use to analyze or make ranges for the data. And when we test true non-contributors to a set of mixtures, we get LRs that support H2, but some that are 1 and some that support H1. And likewise, true contributors can return support for H1, as we see on this side. They can return uninformative LRs or anywhere along the scale supporting H2 for a true contributor. And I talked previously how in this range of the true contributor LRs, if you actually looked at those typing results, these are very, very low-level contributors to mixtures, and they're not evident at all in the typing results. So we would put them in the mixtures, say a few picograms, but not have detected them. So those were tested as part of the study as true contributors, but if you were to look at those profiles as you would in casework, you would exclude that person outright. And they returned LRs along in this range and also down here. But we felt that these, because they were visual exclusions, our term for excluding one just based on comparison of profiles, that they shouldn't be considered for this analysis. But the ones where we could not exclude outright, the LRs ranged from 1 over 1,000, and then the adventitious support for H1 went as high as 100 hours studied. So that is translated into the plot here, where we have the same scale, uninformative, increasing support for H1, increasing support for H2. This block represents contributor expectations where H1 is true, going along here. And this one represents non-contributor expectations where H2 is true, going along here. So this is what we would expect, some inconclusive, and then increasing degrees of support for H2 for non-contributors and so forth. And what we found is some contributor expectations also return, some true contributors also return LR of 0. And we've got, as in the previous graph, true contributors coming into this zone and non-contributors coming a little less so forward into this zone. And so here are the proportions of our validation data that fell into the various categories. I've starred this adventitious support of a non-contributor for H1, because we're going to see that number in just a moment. But this originally led us at the FBI laboratory to define this range where we had a potential for false support as an inconclusive zone. So that's how we began our probabilistic genotyping, reporting those results initially. One thing to note is that this does not mean that LRs in this range are more likely to support the incorrect proposition. It just means that in our validation, we did have occurrences of incorrect support that fell within this range. But certainly within this range, there were plenty of LRs that represented the correct proposition. But I would offer that these findings of what's in and not in this particular zone are really dependent on how you define your validation set and what mixtures you test. Then the more important question, as we've come to realize, how many non-contributors you test. So that was our original approach, and I will tell you that it has changed, and it's changed based on discussions with the SWGDAM group, the recommendations that SWGDAM has published, and consideration of this body of data, the 28 million non-contributor tests. 28 million tests using 10,000 non-contributors that was published in 2018 by Joe Bright. So this is a compilation of validation data from 31 laboratories with different systems, all using StarMix. In total, the 31 laboratories had 2,800 mixtures comprised of 3 to 6 persons, and the true contributors were tested, and then, as I mentioned, 10,000 non-contributors were run against all 2,800 mixtures, which adds up to 28 million, approximately 28 million non-contributor tests. So this is a fantastic body of evidence, a body of data that allowed us to evaluate what is the propensity of this system to return support for the correct hypothesis based on ground truth. Do the models perform reliably? And this study showed that they most certainly do. And can we derive meaning about the confidence we're going to have in the LR results and define any limitations? We then took these data and evaluated them in the context of verbal skills. Now, Duncan Taylor made the point in a previous webinar as well of this is one way that you could plot the data. And this is representing 3-person mixtures where we have increasing average peak height, and this is a log LR of 0. So this would be the LR of 1. And then I can't tell you how many data points are down here because of the density of an overlaying of these points. I can't tell you how many non-contributor results or non-contributor tests are giving support for H1 because, again, the density of the data there. And that is why the data were then presented in this paper in the following format. And so because it's so, this study is so important to our decisions within the SWGDAM group, I want to spend a moment again describing how we would read these plots. First of all, the data are grouped into an average peak height that's shown down here on the bottom. If you could ask, how can we have, when we have, say, an analytical threshold of 150, how can we have an average peak height of 0 to 50? And the reason is that for dropped alleles, they were assigned an average peak height of half the analytical threshold. So that brought some of the data down below the analytical threshold, some of these averages. And you can see here the results of increasing the amount of template DNA or the average peak height in the electropherogram. And then let's zoom in so we can see a little better how the data are depicted. So we have true contributors represented by this shape, and then the non-contributors by the lighter gray shape. And along our LR scale, with our LR of 1, we see that true contributors give values that are greater than 1, and they're giving values that are less than 1. And the width of the shape here is an indication of the density, or how many of these particular true contributors gave LRs at this level and so forth. And then we can see here for the non-contributors, the majority of them are giving results that are less than 1, but smaller proportion gave results that are greater than 1, with a maximum defined about here. So you can see as we increase an average peak heights, the LRs are getting higher for a greater proportion of the data and so forth. Here we have as well, and here, a greater ability to exclude outright. These are LRs of 1, so as we increase an average peak height up to greater than 500 RFUs, we have 98% of the data generating for non-contributors an LR of 0. So that's how you read the plots. And I just wanted to supplement them with this shading where yellow is representing a category we're going to see in a moment. And that is essentially the 2 to 99 or 1 to 100 range on the scale here. And then the green is representing the range about 100 to 10,000. And I put the little white arrows if you're not able to see the line where it maxes out for LR of non-contributors. So that is the plot for, we could have 3-person, 4-person, 5-person, or 6-person mixtures that if you were to look at these profiles and interpret or come up with how many contributors you think are in the specimen, then these would be the ones that are apparent 3-person mixtures per your case working procedures. And you can see the shift here as we go from 3 to 4-person, how the plots change in shape a bit, and then up to 5-person mixtures. So this is a slide that I gave representing the study at ISHE a couple of years ago, and I honestly thought the air was going to be sucked out of the room when these data were shared about adventitious support for a non-contributor generating an LR greater than 1 from the 28 million tests. And there were 20 out of the 28 million non-contributor tests that returned LRs greater than 10,000. This is occurring, now remember that we tested 10,000 non-contributors. So this is occurring exactly at a rate that we would expect based on the Turing principle that has been described to us previously in the webinar. And the maximum value from this study for a non-contributor, the maximum LR was 500,000, 505,000, which is a really high value. And it made me consider, what do we mean when we have capped our inconclusive zone at 100? What does it mean that we can still have a non-contributor giving an LR or non-contributors giving LRs all the way up to 500,000? And why is this occurring? Well, these adventitious supports typically happen because the non-contributor has a really high proportion of overlapping alleles, or alleles that are shared with the true contributors in the mixture. So these aren't errors of the software system. The software is doing exactly what you would expect it to do. For example, if you had alleles 1, 2, 3, 4 contributed by donor 1, 2, and the second contributed with the donor 3, 4, and you asked, and they were all the same height, and you were asked, could contributor 2, 3 be a possible contributor to this mixture? It's not, but it could, based on the fact that it shares alleles with the true contributors. And in my example there, although I'm sorry, didn't have a picture to describe it, but the peak heights made sense for the non-contributor. So how then are those data then used by SWGDAM for developing a verbal scale? This is the one that has been in place for many, many years. And And that is certainly of a benefit. But one of the comments about the scale is that the categorizations are arbitrary. It looks like we're basically just adding a 0 to define the various ranges, where here we have 1 as an uninformative, 2 to 10, 10 to 100, moving along the scale for the most part. And then we have a broader category up here for very strong support and extremely strong support. So we considered this scale with the SWGDAM group. And one thing that we discussed was that we wanted to tie this to empirical data, so that if you were asked, well, what does moderately strong support actually mean, that you could tie it back to a body of data that could be meaningful in the context of the statistic that you have in a particular case. SWGDAM decided to make it more simple, though, first by dropping this moderately strong category, and then secondly by eliminating the extremely strong category. I think the reasoning there was if the sun is really bright, we could say it's very strong, and if you were to look at the sun, if it were any hotter, we couldn't really detect or see that it's actually even a hotter sun or even brighter. So in other words, when a number is really high, what does it mean that that number is even higher? Do you really need a descriptor to say that these numbers are just enormous? So comparing the two scales, I've aligned them here. So, and orange is the MC scale and blue is the SWGDAM scale. So this is 1. This is what we call the limited support range. It was 2 to 10 for MC, and we define it as 2 to 99 at SWGDAM. Essentially, what we're doing is collapsing what they would have considered moderate and limited into what we consider limited. And so forth. As you can see, both the moderately strong and the strong categories defined by MC are considered moderate by SWGDAM. Our strong is here, and very strong, and so forth. So why did we define these ranges? Well, first of all, in the very strong category, in the Bright et al. Data, we saw no adventitious results on the 28 million tests that would falsely support H1. So there you have a description of what we mean by very strong. In a large body of data, we didn't observe this, so we would not expect adventitious results to occur over 1 million. That is not to say that it couldn't happen. In fact, ESR has said that since the PCAS study, Joe Bright's study, that they have encountered an LR for a non-contributor that is in the 700s. And as more and more of these data are generated, perhaps we will reach one that exceeds 1 million, but it's extremely unlikely. And then down on this end, how we would define the limited category, this is the range 2 to 99, within which 98.25 of the adventitious results supporting H1 for a non-contributor occurred. So adventitious support for H1 is most likely to occur in the range of 2 to 99. Adventitious support that did not occur in the 2 to 99 range added up to 1.75% of that 28 million tests. And of the remaining 1.75%, 1.73%, so nearly all that didn't occur here, occurred in the range of 100 to 9,999. There was a little bit that occurred in this strong category. So uninformative, which is 1, that is set. Check marks here are basically describing that we could have chosen differently. We could have, rather than say chosen this range, we could have made it occur here at 500 rather than 100. So there is some arbitrariness to the delineation of these ranges, but they're chosen for a reason, and then we've analyzed the data within those ranges in order to be able to define what it is that we mean by those particular terms. So of these non-contributor tests with LRs, there were about 90,000 that turned out with an uninformative LR of 1, and about 90,000 that were greater than 1 for the non-contributor tests. I wanted to just go through this. So as we talked about, there were none up here. There was a count of 20 out of the 28 million tests that returned LRs in this level. And you can see the counts at the various ranges, the numbers that returned adventitious supports in the various ranges and so forth. And most of them, as we said, were in the range here. So this tells us the proportion of adventitious support. And then this number tells us the percent among the total of the H2 true tests. So in other words, when adventitious support occurred, here's 98% of it occurred here. Of all of the non-contributor tests, a very small proportion actually occurred in this range, and even fewer as we go up the scale. As summarized here, for the various ones added up here, H2 true tests returning LRs greater than 1 was 0.32% of the H2 true tests. Same number, about the same number, returned LRs of 1, and the majority, greater than 99% of H2 true tests returned LRs less than 1. It would not be correct to conclude that LRs in the limited category are more likely to represent adventitious support than true support. And then the number that we saw earlier for our tests, where we are similar at the FBI in terms of our true contributor and non-contributor testing proportions to those in this study, and the differences are merely just a reflection, I think, of the fact that in this study, the 10,000, a greater number of non-contributor tests were generated, so we would expect a little bit more of them to occur greater than 1. This is the SWGDAM scale as it's presented in the document. One question we've had is, what do you do with values that are, say, between 1 and 2, such as 1.8? We decided to leave that up to the laboratories because we assumed that laboratories already have policies for in their previous reporting days for what to do with numbers of that kind. With the FBI, we truncate numbers. So a 1.8 would be considered a 1, and that would be reported as uninformative. We would not do something at the FBI such as round a 1.8 up to, in which case it would be reported as limited support. We just truncate. Some more questions to consider. If analysts or labs use verbiage that's not in the SWGDAM scale, is it more consistent or more informative or any better? And which alternate words would be used? I can tell you that in the SWGDAM group, we did spend a lot of time discussing which words we thought we would recommend. Our numbers plus verbal qualifiers, and along with the entire scale, so that the context could be appreciated. Is that better than numbers alone? In communicating results to laypersons, we would offer yes. And is a qualifier of limited support more likely to prompt an attorney to ask more questions about the strength of the LR than just if the number stood alone, 10? And I think perhaps the answer to that would be yes, and I think that's a good thing, that we make sure that if we have these low values in a case, or values close to 1, that are limited support, that the jury really understand what is meant by those limited support values. And that is the responsibility of the expert to explain that. Here's a nice publication in the journal Law, Probability and Risk, shown down at the bottom by William Thompson. He investigated lay people's perceptions of the relative conclusions that a forensic scientist might present about whether 2 items might have a common source. So how is the statistical weight being perceived? And what Thompson et al. Found as follows: provide insights into whether particular statements about the strength of forensic evidence convey the intended meaning and will be interpreted in a manner that is justifiable and appropriate. Their findings suggest that 2 of these expressions, weak support and moderate support, are indeed perceived in the manner intended. And they also found that people evaluate the relative strength of various reporting statements in a manner that is, on the whole, sensible and appropriate. So that is to say that when we provide information based on the verbal scale, that it is being perceived by laypersons, at least according to this study, in an appropriate manner. Always, with respect to likelihood ratios, whether defining them as moderate or strong, the number itself is the proposition is critical to the number. You know, for example, if you have a mixture of 2 individuals on an airbag, and the question is, who is the driver? You could answer that a couple different ways. One would be relative to the entire population, and that might not be the appropriate way to set the propositions, given that there are really only a limited number of people, the people in the vehicle, not the population as a whole, who could have contributed to the evidence. So if you were to consider propositions that took into account the entire population, you might say get an LR of 100 that provided moderate support. But if your propositions took into account, say that there were only 3 people in the vehicle and I have a mixture of DNA from 2 persons, well, the propositions are then different. And in that scenario, we would generate an LR that is much greater than 100, and that would indicate perhaps strong support. So it's important to set the propositions properly. Do you have to use the verbal scale to abide by the SWGDAM recommendations? No, that it's optional. But if you do use a scale, SWGDAM would suggest, for consistency's sake, among laboratories, that we do use this one scale. The New York Crime Lab is an example of a lab that doesn't use a verbal scale, and this is information from Eugene Lien. They were lab 5 in the survey that we saw earlier. So previously, OCME used a verbal scale when they were using the forensic statistical tool, FST, but when they switched to StarMix, they decided not to continue their usage of a verbal scale. What they do, during testimony, analysts provide context on what the LR means relative to the minimum or maximum LR. And by minimum LR, that's 1,000. So the minimum LR outside of the inconclusive zone for them is the context that they provide. And they may say, for example, the LR for this association is in the quadrillions, which has 15 zeros at the end. 1,000 has 3 zeros, so this is a big number. And depending on the questions, the analyst can also compare the LR in the case to the highest LR they've ever seen and use it in context. So that's an example of how one laboratory reports information as support for inclusion or support for exclusion without using a verbal scale. The community should come to an understanding and common usage of certain terms. for example, uninformative. That means something that doesn't provide any information. And so when you have two propositions, neither of which is greater than the other, and you get an LR of 1, that is what we mean by uninformative. We don't mean inconclusive, would not describe what we mean by this value of 1. SWGDAM uses the term uninformative. And something that is uninterpretable, for example, under the draft quality assurance standards, determination that the DNA data cannot be interpreted, for example, due to poor or limited data quality or data that fail to meet the laboratory quality requirements. Now, a result that does not support ground truth is not necessarily an error. Even though in the SWGDAM guidelines, we do use the common terms type 1 error and type 2 error. We state in our validation paper that the proportion of analyses that provide support for a true or false hypothesis is dependent on the design and quantities of the mixture tested and should not be used as an indication of error expectations. Failure to detect alleles of a true contributor or return support for the presence of a low-level known contributor do not necessarily constitute an error in the analytical process or the probabilistic genotyping system. And then last week, I think I went, or in the last webinar, over the statements from John Buckleton and Ian Evatt that in their testimonies and personal communication that are saying that we expect sometimes these false positives, if you will, when a genotype that's being tested actually replicates someone who's in the mixture or a combination of alleles that are detected. LRs occur along a continuum. There's no line one can draw to distinguish conclusive and inconclusive results. So defining an inconclusive zone up to, say, 100, as we had done in the past, suggests that LRs greater than equal to 100 cannot represent adventitious H1 support. And that's not true. We've seen it go up to 1 million, for example, in Joe Bright's study. The highest observed one, as I mentioned, at ESR that I'm aware of is 700,000, and this is a conclusive result where a non-contributor has a high degree of allele sharing with contributors in the mixtures. And we will eventually generate an H2 true LR greater than 1 million. And continued studies, such as the PCAST ones, have shown that the inconclusive zone does not give us the cover it was originally believed to provide, and it doesn't mitigate the chance for a so-called error or an adventitious support. Given currently available data, is the inconclusive zone then justifiable? And can it withstand scientific scrutiny? Well, SWGDAM does not recommend reporting an LR as inconclusive. LR of 1 is uninformative, and laboratories are encouraged to report inclusionary and exclusionary LRs for all values. We reference the mounting data that indicates that with an increasing number of H2 true tests, the higher the expected level of false inclusionary support. An LR greater than 1 outside of an inconclusive zone does not necessarily conclusively indicate a true contributor. And then on the other side, LRs less than 1, a failure to disclose LRs less than 1 that would be within this inconclusive zone as potentially exculpatory may be viewed as bias against the defendant. So within our inconclusive zone, values less than 1, if we say they're inconclusive, that may be considered bias if we don't say we got a result that supports the defense proposition. We should be able to testify to any LR along the scale and the expectation of adventitious support, which occurs at a fairly predictable rate. The SWGDAM says that the results should not be deemed inconclusive due to the magnitude of the LR. No LR is inconclusive simply based on the number. Adventitious support is expected and does not provide justification for declaring a result inconclusive. Any LR greater than 1 should be reported as supporting H1. If one or more of the populations or a replicate returns a value less than 1, then the H2 supporting LR should be reported. That goes along with the guidance to provide the lowest number. Any LR less than 1 should be reported as either supporting H2 or, if an exclusion threshold is used, as an outright exclusion. Now, we're probably, let me check the time, probably getting close to the end of my talk. I want to take a mental break and come back to this slide because one of the feedback comments that I got from the last presentation was I moved too quickly along this slide. People were actually interested in this little mental break here before we move on to the next section. So this was my transition to number of contributors, which we're not going to be talking about now, but this is a complex result here, and let me see if I can figure out how many we have. I get a different number every time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And some folks have given me feedback that they see 11. Can't seem to find it. Been questioned whether this is a person there, but so forth. So with that being said, jump right back into it to talk about, I think, the last topic here, which is precision of values that are close to 1. And if we look back at these low-level typing results that we saw earlier, just to give you a visual on the types of profiles that we're looking at that could give these values. We saw this earlier in a previous webinar where we are looking at a profile replicated in probabilistic software 10 times, 10 analyses of the same profile. This happens to be a 3-person mixture indicated, and you can see this is a 1 to 1 to 10, a total of 60 picograms of DNA. And where you see B or a red box, that means we have a contributor that's degraded, just so you understand what types of samples that we are talking about here. So if you replicate these, you see that due to MC-MC variation, the LRs are slightly different. This is the point estimate of the LR, and this is the HPD, which is a lower bound, the value that we at the FBI report. And so this collection of samples replicated in ProbGen analyses, they all fall with HPD LRs 2 to 400, and then the LRs, that's these values, and then the LRs are higher. And so this analysis was done in order to evaluate the MC-MC variability, or the precision that we have in our system. Could it occur that our conclusion would change? So let's go through the data as we go down the scale. So here we are looking at the level of variability. And by the way, each of these slides, the plots are all scaled to exactly the same. This one, for example, LR of 100. And then we're going down the scale, 10 to 40, all the LRs are higher. And then now we have LRs that are in the range of 2 to 5, and the HPD LRs are still supporting H1, going from 4 to 11. Here we have LRs that support H1 in the range of 5 to 11, but the HPD LR, which would be the number that we report, is 1. So we could ask the question, given that the point estimates and the LR and the HPD LR, which is the lower bound, are different, does that mean that we should report this as inconclusive? And the SWGDAM position on this would be no. And our position is that if we accept the HPD LR as a reasonable lower bound, it doesn't matter where the HPD-LR is. It should be reported. You wouldn't want to have a scenario where you accept the HPD-LR as long as everything is on the H1 side, but when a value slips down to less than 1 and supports H2, you wouldn't want to fail to acknowledge that by calling it inconclusive. We would say that the HPD-LR that went below 1 supports H2, and that would be reported. And that is what is seen in this set. We have LRs that are the point estimates that are above 1, and the HPD-LRs are less than 1. And this, by the way, is meant to capture, I believe, the lower bound for, I think it's 99% of the data, which, and we've seen this in our results. There are occasional rare instances when we would get a point estimate that goes below the HPD value. But it is a suitable lower bound, and the fact that it could a point estimate could, in fact, go a little bit lower suggests that it's not all up here, that this really could be, is the reasonable value to report. Here we have LRs 1 or supporting H1, but the HPD LRs are less than 1. And here we have LRs equal to 1 or supporting H2, and that's all consistent. And then grouped together, plotted together throughout the study, all of the data as the LRs for the various pairings of, this is an average for a mixture, and then the maximum HPD LR for that particular sample, and then the next set is a different sample, and then truncated as per casework, as expected. Well, first of all, one point is that we can have numbers under 10 that have HPD LRs. The point here is that precision is really good in the system here. Both the replicates and the LRs are both above 1. But when you get closer and closer to 1, as you would expect, sometimes you're going to cross this line. Okay? So here the data are summarized. We have instances where the LR and the HPD LR support the same, and then so forth, as we've described. So option 1, different conclusions, such as LRs that support different propositions or differing support for an LR and an HPD LR, could mean that result is inconclusive. Or option 2, if, as I mentioned, if the HPD LR is accepted conceptually and reported as a suitable lower bound, there should be no exceptions, such as when support switches to H2 on a replicate, that would preclude reporting the HPD LR. So we have conclusive analyses, and SWGDAM would apply the recommendation if you have more than one LR, report the lowest. Here are just a summary, the recommendations in the SWGDAM were summarized if anyone wanted to refer back to this PowerPoint, and they are, of course, also in the guidance. And in wrapping up, we at the FBI follow what's called the Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports, ULTRs for the Department of Justice, and those can be found at this website here. And the conclusions that we can report are support for inclusion, support for exclusion, and we describe the level of support in accordance with the SWGDAM guidelines. We will report exclusions and uninformative, but under these guidance, this policy, we do not report values as inconclusive. So that concludes my talk, and I just wanted to refer you all to more information if you're interested. Stephen Myers, myself, and Sean Monpetit from the San Diego Police Department did a webinar last October on the LR reporting recommendations if you'd like more information. And then here is a link to a really informative symposium in Texas last November, coordinated by Mike Coble, where there were some really, really great talks. in those videos. We discussed a lot of the topics that we're discussing today, and they just thought they were really great talks if you all are interested. So I would like y'all to look through the list here of all the folks who have helped to contribute to this work. I'm grateful to them, and I appreciate your attention today. And with that, I would like to hand the screen over to Stephen Myers. And then after Stephen's presentation, we will take a break and proceed on to David Kay. So thanks so much for your attention.
Okay, let me share. There we go. This time I remembered to turn mute off, so I'm already one step up from last time I gave a webinar. So thank you for attending today. I'm going to talk about some ways you could word the likelihood ratio in reports, in your testimony, and talking to people, focusing on things that are kind of good standard classic wording, maybe some things that are a little bit of a twist on standard wording, and try and bring up some things that are definite pitfalls, wording you don't want to use. I do want to kind of start though and think about where we've been. So in the US, outside of kinship testing, labs in general were doing random match probabilities and combined probabilities of inclusion. And switching from this, there's a general perception that why would we switch to likelihood ratios? This is going to just be difficult when everyone can understand what we mean by these frequency estimates, these 1 in 10s, 1 in 10 billions. Those are self-evident numbers. So, there's this common perception that it's just, a light bulb moment, everyone gets that. And certainly, when you're testifying, what happens when you start talking about the numbers, that's when the jury perks up and pulls out their notepads and actually writes something down. But, is that absolute, correct perception of what we intended, is that, real? So, Tamara had already mentioned this paper a bit, but, Bill Thompson et al., they put kind of some of these theories to the test. And, one of the things that I found really interesting was that, in general, the results from this were great in that when you're talking about, we tell them it's a likelihood ratio of, 1 million, they're going to see that as stronger evidence than if we tell them it's a likelihood ratio of 100,000. So, they've got those ratios correct within a calculation. But there was, an interesting side effect or an interesting effect when they looked at RMP statements. Most people got it right. If you said it was 1 in 100,000, they saw that as a stronger evidence than 1 in 10. But, as they note here, there was a substantial minority of people who actually indicated the opposite. They thought 1 in 10 was stronger evidence than 1 in 100,000. And they speculated that maybe these people are thinking we're saying there are only 10 people who could be the contributors and this person's one of them, versus there are 100,000 people who could be the contributors and this person is just one of those 100,000. So they may have kind of flipped things a little bit. And so, as part of the study, they actually, if someone got one of these wrong, effectively, they added in some kind of additional training and then had them, re-answer the question. And most of the time, that corrected it, but there was still just this hardcore group of people who just could not see that that's correct. And this kind of goes back to a statement Dr. Buckleton made in the second webinar from this series, that, ultimately, for perfect communication, we'd be able to say something and someone would say back to us what they heard us say. Not just say the words back, but, what did it mean to them? And in a perfect world, that would be the case. And, unfortunately, we're not in a perfect world when we're in a courtroom, especially, or when someone is just reading our reports and they don't call us. But I don't bring this up to damn what we've been, what we were doing, or to say that everything is flawed, because we'll never get everyone to all hear everything exactly the same way. I do bring it up though, just to point out that there are challenges for people, to hear any kind of evidence statement, weight of evidence statement, no matter what kind it is. So since no approach is perfect, no approach is universally understood, maybe that will help, go, okay, well, since that wasn't perfectly understood, this isn't perfectly understood either, maybe, but, we can go ahead with it. At least let's try and do as good a job as we can to be understood. So, we're now dealing with our likelihood ratio statements. And if you're doing probabilistic genotyping in general, you're going to have to deal with these. And, to say that these are universally simple to explain and there's no problem, well, I mean, these have been used for decades. And, the fact that there are still lectures having to try and go through on how to explain them tells you it's not all simple. If there was a simple, easy answer to it all, we wouldn't be needing to have talks like this. We would have been doing this all ages ago, probably. But it is, really, in my view, just a great way to present the evidence, the weight of evidence statement. And I'm glad we're going forward with it. I've been using it for years with kinship testing, and it's great that we're finally getting there now with our direct comparison evidence. So, just again, you've heard this a billion times, especially if you've been listening to this, but the LR is our likelihood ratio, which is our quantifiable testable evidence. Evidence for us. Now, I'm talking about on the DNA profile level. So for me, evidence is that DNA profile, the probability of getting that DNA profile. PR, probability of observing that evidence under two competing propositions as to the source of the DNA. So we've got this profile. We know we have this profile. The question is getting that profile more probable, more likely, and it's likelihood ratio, more likely under one proposition of who the contributors might be versus an alternate proposition of who the contributors might be. So this is a relative assessment. Now, we've got probabilities in the numerator, we've got probabilities in the denominator. Just as a reminder, the likelihood ratio is not a probability. Never let yourself get caught into talking about it as a probability. It is a ratio of two conditional probabilities or likelihoods. But just, you got to get in your head, it's not a probability. Now, I is that relevant case information that's going to help us formulate our proposition. So, just to do a graphical example, because again, for me, I'm a visual person. I like seeing how things work. When I used to work on motorcycles, I loved having a disassembled bike to move parts through to see how the engines worked. So for me, having some kind of graphics is helpful. So with a likelihood ratio, again, we've got some evidence. That evidence does not change regardless of the proposition of how you got there. So if we're saying what's the probability of looking out your car door and seeing a pride of lions staring back at you, we can have a lot of, theories about where you might be, so propositions about where you could be. But no matter the proposition, this is the observation. You're looking out the window, and for some reason you've got your car door open. We won't get into that. But you're looking out the window and you're seeing lions. So is it more probable to have that observation if you're in a game park in Tanzania in sub-Saharan Africa versus the probability of having that exact same observation if you're in downtown San Francisco, maybe somewhere down near the DNA Lounge, the club down there? I think most people would figure that it is more probable to see a pride of lions looking back at you if you're in a game park in sub-Saharan Africa than if you're in a major city in the United States. So this is the idea, that observation stays the same. You're just changing, well, what if this is how you had that? What if that's how you had that observation? How probable would it be to see that observation given these different approaches or these different theories of how you got there? So, as kind of, mentioned in my initial slides, transitioning to these likelihood ratios is not an easy thing for a lot of people. As more and more people see the power of probabilistic genotyping, I would say that transition is easing because we're just seeing how much more information we can get out of our samples to help answer the key questions that the court is looking at, and the law enforcement agencies and the defense attorneys, everyone should be trying to get to. So there is more interest in transitioning, but it's not to say everyone still loves the idea of testifying to likelihood ratios. And some of this is, you've got a frequentist versus Bayesian divide in statistics, but not even getting to that point. We just have such a long history in this country of CPI and RMP use. There was some smattering of LR use before, but really most people were using CPI and RMP. So that, just history, just use. You use what you've always used, what you're used to using. Another element too, though, is that you're adding layers of what has to be explained. You have to define propositions, especially for CPI users where, they would, say we're not even going to assume a number of contributors. Having to now actually assume particular propositions, assume particular, who is a contributor as part of your proposition. That's a bit of a challenge. And then just thinking about these things as a ratio of conditional probability is a difference. For laboratories that especially, can do a calculation where, say, you've got, two persons of interest, you might be looking at those jointly. So, or just in general, the notion that the probabilities that you're calculating for those numerator and denominator probabilities, they're trying to look at all the people at once, not just the concept of one randomly selected person. Now, if you were an RMP lab doing your mixture interpretation where you had to define a number of contributors, then you were already partway there because you were saying, well, what combinations of genotypes would have been possible given two contributors? And then thinking in about, mixture proportions and, stutter levels and p-cut ratios and all of those things. So they may have been a little bit farther along, but there's still a lot to think about. And a big part of all of this, of course, is the fear of saying it incorrectly. Now, getting nailed for transposing the conditional, it's no fun when anyone says, hey, you just said that wrong. It happens. Everyone does it eventually. I'm sure I've done it. I know I've done it before. If you're hopefully, the majority of the time, I catch myself and say, wait a minute, no, I said that incorrectly. Let me reverse that. But, it is a real fear that people have, and you do need to practice. There's just a lot of practice going involved with this. So those have been some of the hindrances to the transition. And so what do? We educate ourselves and we practice. So I liked this slide, this set of slides that Peter Gill had created and were used in a Mike Coble presentation, because they're a great example of how you what the likelihood ratio means and how you can word it. So, they talk about comparing two probabilities as the likelihood ratio, and specifically these are two conditional probabilities. And notice in there, what are the probabilities being calculated? The probability it will rain in the afternoon. We're on that left slide there. Probability A is rain in the afternoon. And there are two, possible conditions leading up to the afternoon. It's cloudy in the morning or it's sunny in the morning. So it more probable it'll rain in the afternoon if it's cloudy in the morning or if it's sunny in the morning? So if the probability of raining in the afternoon, if it's cloudy in the morning, was 80%, and if it's sunny in the morning, it's only 20%. So the ratio of those two is 4. So what is that saying? Is explaining it. Probability it will rain in the afternoon is 4 times more likely if it's cloudy in the morning than if it's sunny in the morning. Now, this is your rock solid, basic way to word a likelihood ratio. And, Dr. Gill notes here, the word if is very important here. And it's a great way to kind of keep track of things to make sure that you're, getting out that it's the probability of this evidence if this is how it came about versus if an alternate way is how it came about. Now, the one thing I would quibble about this is this notion that it must always be used when explaining a likelihood ratio. I don't think it's a must. I think it's great rock solid wording, and if you use that, you're good. No one's going to say you said anything wrong. But if you were, say, on the witness stand and someone asks, well, could you word that another way? And all you could ever say is this exact same wording. Or if they said, well, is it also correct to say it as, and you didn't understand whether their version was correct or not, and you just say, well, this is how I word it. You're coming off as limited and maybe not, you might be perceived as actually not understanding what the calculation actually means. So I would encourage people to understand, again, what that actual calculation means and to think about maybe having a couple more options, in their tool belt there for using if those things come up. Now, when you put it into words, though, you do have to be really careful when you try and simplify it, because there's this realistic concern that, hey, the more complex we make these things, the harder it is for people to understand. So what's the simplest way I can word this? The problem I've seen, just in general, even before likelihood ratios, is that if you oversimplify, you can sometimes end up with wrong statements. And, even if you're trying to well, I'm just going to use that as an initial version and then I'll get them into the real version afterward. The problem is that when people are trying to think about what they learned, what they remember, they may just remember the simplified statement because that was the easier one to remember. And then, though, they can propagate that and say, well, here's what it means. Here's how you say it. So if they didn't know that it was a simplification and possibly even an erroneous simplification, then that can now be propagated and possibly taught to others as what you should do. So you have to be careful about that. Now, juries may not see the difference. They may hear it correctly. They may hear it incorrectly. It's not, again, this happened with random match probabilities and CPIs. You'd give your the criminalists would give their testimony, everything would be great, and then you'd find out in the closing statements, not one but both attorneys ended up stating it incorrectly. Or you would read the newspaper account of your testimony and you're like, I didn't say that. That is totally wrong. But that's what they wrote down. That's what they heard. Now, the more we can try and teach them not to do that, the better. But just because people may hear it wrong doesn't mean that we should give up and say it incorrectly. Because, we have to try and keep correct about these things. And even if the people in the case, the immediate case at the time, hear it incorrectly, if it gets to the point of appellate review and in the record it's seen that you said it incorrectly, as a criminalist, it's one thing if the attorney says it incorrectly, but if the criminalist says it correctly, there was actually a case that got overturned on appeal in part because the stats were said incorrectly. So these are, it's important to work as hard as you can to say it correctly. So, one simplification that kind of went askew. Someone took that slide from Gill, the probability of one event well, so the ratio of two probabilities was the concept going there, but it got turned into the probability of event 1 divided by the probability of event 2. So remember what I said about the likelihood ratio. The event, the observation doesn't change. So, the way this got twisted was it became the chance of rain is 80%, the chance of no rain is 20%. That's not what was calculated. It was the chance of rain given cloudy in the morning versus the chance of rain given sunny in the morning. So, in this example, it got turned into 4 times more likely to rain than not rain. What that is an odds. That is not the likelihood ratio. So this is, again, was an attempt to just get the idea of a ratio of probabilities across to people, and that's trying to get baby steps along a concept. But if this ended up becoming the example that people had stuck in their head and got carried on to, well, a likelihood ratio is this, then they would be carrying something wrong down the line. The concept of transposing the conditional is one of the big errors that can occur. And again, not new to likelihood ratios. This has been going on for a long time. But what is the idea? We, as the scientists, are calculating the probability of the evidence given a proposition. We are not calculating the probability of the proposition given the evidence. But it's the jury may want to be thinking about that, but that's not what we can talk about. And so we just need to have in our heads, and using a classic example, the probability you have 4 legs if you're an elephant. So the evidence is 4 legs, proposition, if you're an elephant. That's not the same thing as the probability you're an elephant if you have 4 legs. So again, not new to likelihood ratios, but something we have to keep in mind. So because we have it's a little later than maybe I thought it was going to start, but we have, I think, enough wiggle room. I'm going to give, for the next series of statements, give you a second to just kind of read the slide and think about it. Think about, is that an okay statement for what the meaning of the likelihood ratio is? Does that correctly or adequately, even if you like it or don't like it, but is it an adequate representation of a likelihood ratio? So just take 1 second for this one. Okay, so thinking about it, does it have the attributes that you want to have for a likelihood ratio statement? This is that classic likelihood ratio statement. So I would say this one is fine. You're talking about the probability of the evidence, that evidence profile, observation, LR times more likely to be observed. So focusing on the probability of the evidence. You're comparing that probability for 2 different propositions, the victim and the person of interest, or the victim and a randomly selected unrelated individual. Now, you may not like more likely to be observed. You might see it as likely if or probable if. But this is kind of that standard classic wording. Now take a look at this one, see what you think. So I would say this one is also fine. In fact, I really like this one. And part of the reason I really like it is that by having you say it's LR times higher or 1 over LR times lower, you always get to see the same proposition in the same order. So, it's 1,000 times higher if the victim and POI are the contributors than if the victim and random unrelated person are the contributors. If, on the other hand, the evidence was more probable under the alternate proposition, and it was actually 0.001, you could say it's 1,000 times lower. The probability of observing this evidence profile is 1,000 times lower if the victim and the POI are the contributors than if the victim and a random unrelated person are the contributors. So I like that you just get to use the exact same order, format, etc., regardless. All right, now think about this one. I think we're still okay. So you're still talking about the probability of the evidence, LR times more likely to be observed. And again, you're comparing that probability for two different propositions. Proposition 1 in a mixture of victim and POI, proposition 2 in a mixture of the victim and a randomly selected unrelated individual. So we're still going strong. There are different ways you could be wording that same concept. All right, take a look at these ones. Give you a couple more seconds of dead air for this one. So what do you think about these ones? Now, there are a couple little warning flags to me on these ones. So the phrases likely to be from or probability that, likely that. So we've actually transitioned from talking about the probability of the evidence profile to the probability of the propositions. Probability that the victim and the POI are the contributors. Well, that's the big question that the jury is trying to find out, is trying to figure out. We can't give them that directly. We can talk about the probability of the evidence given different contributors, but we can't talk about the probability that they are the contributors. So these ones are probably some of the more common ways to go astray. Some people have thought, well, looking at the top one, I'm talking about the evidence profile first, and then I'm talking about two propositions. So that seems okay to some, but that likely to be from now talks more about the probability of the proposition, not the probability of the evidence. And the second one, or the third one there, they're just flat out saying the probability of the proposition. So these ones, you need to avoid saying this. Is someone repeated, so doesn't it mean this? And they said these statements, you have to be aware that these are not correct. Now, Dr. K has a lot of science background there. But most attorneys are usually not scientists. And in fact, from my experience in the courtroom, doing admissibility hearings, giving technical testimony, generally, one of the joys in life is being told that, when there's an objection, for example, you have to sit there and not say a word and hear three liberal arts majors who avoided with a passion any kind of science class they could avoid now argue science. You've got the two attorneys and you've got the judge. So usually not scientists. There are some notable exceptions, but that's a general rule. And what are they thinking about? They're thinking about in the manner of the people who are weighing the evidence, not the evidence given the propositions. So their view is, what's the probability he is the donor? That's where they would love you to be able to talk, even though we can't. So what I would ask you to do is whenever anyone says the words "in other words," and then they say, you indicated it was LR times more likely that Mr. Doe is the DNA donor, or it's LR times more likely it came from Mr. Doe than someone else. Be very cautious. These are both incorrect statements. Those are not what the likelihood ratio is telling us. These are the same kind of statements that were coming up, again, with standard CPI RMP testimony as well. So these concerns and these transpositions are not new. You just need to keep being vigilant about it. So think about this one, Zach. What do you think about that one? So you have evidence is LR times more likely to be observed, so that sounds okay. But even if you've assumed the donor number somewhere, it's missing everything else that goes into the propositions. So, if this was a mixture, the phrase POI is a contributor doesn't tell you anything about who else might be, was assumed to be a contributor for that proposition. Saying he is not a contributor, that's a very broad statement. We don't know who the alternate contributors might have been, or was it some random selected person? Was it a relative of theirs? Was it a particular person? Okay, maybe the calculation was actually in the numerator, single source sample. This guy's a contributor. In the denominator, a particular named person with a genotype was the contributor. We don't know any of that information from this sentence. Now, if, in your discussions, in your testimony, in your reports, if you've already laid out all that groundwork, then a simplified statement like this may be absolutely fine because you've laid the groundwork. But if the only thing you were going to say is this, I would say it's missing so much information that you're really not letting people evaluate things well. So, if you could salvage it a bit like this, likelihood of obtaining this DNA profile from 2 individuals, finding the number of contributors, was determined for the following propositions. I suppose that could be a colon, but anyway, list the 2 propositions and then give that very generic statement, because in one proposition, the POI is a contributor, in the other proposition, a POI is not a contributor. So I think in this instance, if you lay the groundwork, you can get to that simplified statement if you want to be able to have that to kind of hit it home. But by itself, I think it was lacking too much information. So think about this one for a second. So this is sometimes called the match form of the LR. So I think it's still okay. You've got the probability of the evidence comparison, which would be the match, and you're dealing with 2 possible sources or propositions: the person of interest versus a unrelated person. So this wording is talked about and used by Dr. Perlin in his Trulio testimony and documentation. I think I first saw this wording at a presentation at Ishii back in 2010. Now, I will just throw out some comments. The term match, that kind of implies perfect matching. As a layperson, there may be more to it in the head, obviously, of criminalists, but, really, unless you got full single source profiles, no 2 profiles are going to exactly match. The second you have dropout in one and not in another, the profiles don't exactly match. So that could be heard a little bit oddly. Some have expressed concern to me that this is easier to hear as a transposed conditional. So even though it is a correct statement, is it more easily misinterpreted? As long as it's correct, that's the key thing. Certainly, we want to be understood as much as possible. And then, as far as applying this to other systems, Trulio, as a software, calculates LRs for 1 person of interest at a time. I mean, you can have assumed contributors, but you can't do like a joint interpretation where the numerator proposition would be 2 persons of interest and the denominator would be no persons of interest, just unknown, unrelated people. So, given my understanding of some of the math in the Trulio calculation, just in general, I'm not positive that this wording would translate directly to situations where you had more complex mixtures, especially with multiple people that are being interpreted jointly. So, a caution on that, and I'll leave it to someone else to declare whether it does directly transfer. But, this for me, this may not be the version that I would have as my first statement, but again, having options to pull out. If you get that, well, could you restate that? It's never a bad thing. And with that, are there vernacular phrases, the more common usage phrases that might be better understood than more likely to be observed? So again, we're looking at how probable or likely that profile is given propositions. So, just in general, what does that mean? Propositions that lead to higher probabilities, well, they lead to those high probabilities because the proposal fits the observed data well. It easily explains the data. When it doesn't fit the data well, you get low probabilities. So thinking about simple, just as an example, simple kinship, Mendelian genetics kind of thing. If you had a child who was a P homozygote, and you have two parents that are P homozygotes, the only kids they could create are P homozygotes. And so the probability of creating a kid with that genotype is 1. It's a 100% chance. Now, if, on the other hand, the parents are a PQ heterozygote and a PR heterozygote, there's only a 1/4 or 0.25 probability that you would create a kid who's a P homozygote. And so in that example, the kid who's a P homozygote is more easily explained by two P homozygote parents than by two heterozygous parents. So that concept of more easily explained, I think, is something that could be fruitful in trying to give that, in other words, kind of testimony. So think about it, with probabilistic genotyping. Let's say we have what we've declared as a two-person mixture. What is the software doing? So the software, is going to propose a contributor, for example. So they'll pick genotypes for the person. They'll pick template levels, maybe degradation levels, maybe allow, some loci to be a little stronger than others. But they'll come up with a hypothesized profile for a person, have stutter peaks, etc. And that'll be one of the contributors to our proposed mixture, to our proposition. Now, we're going to propose the second contributor. Maybe that contributor has the same amount of degradation, maybe they don't. Maybe they have the same genotypes, maybe they don't. The locus to locus variation would probably be the same because locus is going to amp better or not. But you've got now this second person, you're going to add them to this proposed mixture. So now we've come up with a proposition of two people with a particular set of genotypes, with particular peak heights, particular levels of all of this. And what are we going to do? We're going to compare that to the observed data. And we're going to see how well our observed data is explained by the proposition of our two people. So how well did the proposition fit or explain that data? So I think we can see that in this particular proposition, these two people with these particular levels of DNA and genotypes, they explain the data really well. And so your probability or evidence given that proposition is going to be high. Now you compare that to this example. What if this blue result here, the thick lines, was an alternate proposition for how that evidence came out to be? So the evidence is exactly the same. And what we see is that this proposed set of people is actually a pretty poor fit. We've got peaks a lot of different heights. We've got some peaks seen in the evidence that aren't seen in the references, and vice versa. So it does not explain the data well. The probability of the evidence given this proposed set of people would be low. So our probabilistic genotyping probabilities to quantify how well the propositions fit the data. So I think in this concept, and again, maybe not necessarily as your first line of testimony or how you would necessarily want to only put it in a report, but to have that extra statement, you can use this concept of better explained by or fitting the evidence in replacement for more likely to be observed. So assuming two contributors, this profile is, a billion times better explained by or as a mixture of the victim and POI than as or by a mixture of the victim and a randomly selected unrelated individual. Or, a mixture of the victim and the POI fit the evidence better than a mixture of the victim and a randomly selected person. So I think those can be helpful. They can, give that, that you're still getting across the correct concepts, but maybe it might be a little more familiar sounding. The key thing is just always remember to fit the pieces in order. You want to remember to talk about probabilities of the evidence, how you created the evidence. That's what we're assessing. That's what our ratio of probabilities is about, is how you created the evidence. I haven't actually looked at the Bayes theorem explained by Lego Bricks, but, Joe Bob says check it out. All right, back to our reporting statement. So when you look at these LR statements, what do they mean? So this was talked about, a lot by Tamara in the previous one. This concept of providing support for one or the other proposition. But remember, the numerator probability does not provide support for a proposition. The denominator probability does not provide support for an alternate proposition. It's the ratio of the two probabilities that provides the support for one or the other proposition. So if that ratio, which is not a probability, if the ratio is greater than 1, then that LR, again, not either probability, the LR favors or supports that numerator proposition. If the LR is less than 1, then that LR supports the alternate proposition. Now, if they're exactly the same, you get an LR of 1, you have equal support. Now, we'll point out they could be equally high probability or equally low. They could both be, it could be really unlikely you would get that evidence given, the first proposition versus given the second proposition. They're both really unlikely, but they're equal. Alternately, they could both be really likely, but they're equal. So verbalizing these levels of support, again, I think you can guess there are some strong opinions about the use of verbal scales and about what particular verbal scale. For me, one of the biggest reasons I like having a verbal scale is that I don't think I ever testified to a number where if I didn't give some kind of additional verbal qualifier, a non-numerical qualifier, that I didn't have one attorney or the other ask, so what does that number mean to you? And so for me, having a uniform standard, everyone in our agency is going to say the same thing, qualifier, to answer that question is really valuable. So I like that. Now, again, on that SWGDAM committee, there were broad range, so no one got the exact verbal scale they were used to out of it all. But personally, I'm very comfortable with the scale that came up with, both for historical use, comparisons in my own head, as well as comparisons to data that was generated. So that said, verbal scales, again, got to remember they're about that likelihood ratio, not the separate likelihood. If you were to put that into this classic Bayes theorem concept, where you have your prior odds times the likelihood ratio equals your posterior odds, it's kind of easy to see the concept there in that if your likelihood ratio is greater than 1, what is that doing? It's making that prior odds number effectively larger, so that your posterior odds, that numerator would be larger. If your likelihood ratio was less than 1, in this classic Bayesian construct, that would mean that the denominator prior odd would be multiplied by a bigger number than the numerator. So if you had like 1 over 200, H2 is multiplied by 200, H1 is only multiplied by 1. So that would lower the prior odds. It would increase the probability of H2 given E in the posterior. So this is where that whole concept of, favoring or supporting one of the propositions kind of comes from. So the wording, so in the MC document, they had this wording. When it's one, they do not support one proposition over the other. When it's greater than one, they provide, equivalent support for the first proposition relative to the alternative. And that's important to keep in mind. Same thing in the next one. Provide support for the alternative proposition relative to the first proposition. So these these levels of support for one proposition are always relative to the alternate proposition. Now, I really, really like the statement they included that says, in cases where the reader could be misled when you're just saying these things above, forensic practitioners shall add additional comments. So the concept here is that there is something called the weak evidence effect, where if you say there's weak support for a proposition, someone might misinterpret that as strong support for the alternate proposition. And so the idea here is that if you're concerned that that may occur, you should add a statement, saying that that's not the case. So these are just some variations on a theme. If you don't like exactly the MC wording, support for the proposition, that whoever the people are the contributors of the DNA extracted from the evidence versus the proposition that. So, some of the variations, versus, over, rather than. These are all options in there, and happily they're all getting in that notion that, this is support for one proposition in comparison to another proposition. Now, can you tighten that up? Because those could be a little wordy for some people. We have to keep in mind, it's support for the one proposition in the context of the alternate. So, if you have done a good job of defining what all those propositions are, and it would be clear to everyone, then I think, yeah, you can shorten it and just talk about support for, whichever proposition is the one that's supported. But you've got to make sure, just like in that earlier LR statement that was a little too bare bones, you got to make sure people understand what the propositions are. These are just some more examples that are out there in the literature. Stuff is not that new. This Evitz article from 2000 there, 19 years old now. Now, think about this one for a second. I'll give you a second to look at this, the short statement. Is it acceptable? So is this an okay, in other words, verbal scale statement? And this is actually a statement that was asked of one of our criminalists here. So there's a strong likelihood that the defendant's DNA is on the item. That is not an okay statement. Support for a proposition is not the same as likelihood that. Likelihood is an actual conditional probability. And we just went through, likelihood ratios are not conditional probabilities. So this is what they've done is, in other words, they've transferred this whole process multiple steps down the road into creating a posterior probability. They took this likelihood ratio concept, they, kind of just, without saying so, multiplied it by prior odds and came up with a posterior probability from those. That's not what we're trying to say. And that is certainly not what our support statements are saying. So just keep an eye out for this. So I'm going to end by kind of returning to Bill Thompson's article, Thompson et al. I don't want to slight the other contributors. And this is, it's great because it's an extension of, and an addition to, not an extension, but an addition to, a growing amount of literature on how juries actually hear our statements, whether it be random match probabilities or, likelihood ratios. understanding how the juries hear it and how people who have to make decisions, not just juries, but people who have to make decisions, understanding how they hear it is great. Do we stop doing all work until every last study is done? No, we can't do that. But we should learn, when we have information that helps guide us, we should learn from that. So one part of their study is, well, in general, they were comparing how people heard different statements, whether it be different levels of strength of evidence statements within, say, a category like match frequency, aka random match probability, or likelihood ratios, or verbal scales. And they also compared across, does a particular statement from a random match frequency, does that sound stronger or weaker than a particular likelihood ratio statement or a particular verbal predicate / strength of support statement? Now, I did edit this table down. There was a lot more to the study than just these ones I'm showing here. But given our topic, what were some of the findings they had? Looking within categories and across categories, they were able to rank statements both within and between. And they looked at, not only, was one seeming to be stronger than another, but they also saw that some statistically, at least, were roughly the same in people's heads. So, this table talks about, they were asked, one statement is a random match probability of 1 in 100,000. Does this other statement sound stronger or weaker to you? And so, happily, a likelihood ratio of 10 million times more likely sounded stronger than a random match probability of 1 in 100,000. So that's a result that we would want to hear as far as how people interpret what we're saying. Also, nice that a random match probability of 1 in 10 million sounded the same to the person, roughly, within statistical significance of 10 million times more likely likelihood ratio. So again, that's kind of where we would want to be. Now, going down a step, 100,000 times more likely support. You compare that to one person in 100,000. So the likelihood ratio of 100,000 times more support, 100,000 times more likely, was actually seen as a stronger statement than one person in 100,000, even though we would think they should be the same. Now, interestingly, both of those statements were found to be roughly equivalent to the phrase extremely strong support. And the one person in 100,000 was seen as stronger than very strong support. So thinking about our verbal scales, thinking about all of this, can some conclusions be drawn? Well, one of the thoughts put forth by Thompson et al. Was that because our superlatives kind of ended extremely strong support, and that hit when we got to, go back one, roughly the level of a likelihood ratio of 100,000, then they thought, well, if we're going to be trying to do a verbal statement for a strength of evidence statement, a likelihood ratio of 1 million or more, they thought, well, we may need to find stronger wording than extremely strong support. To me, that's not the conclusion that I came up with. Seeing that, well, rather than coming up with super duper, really, really mega strong support kind of superlatives, I think we need to do a better job of calibrating the user's ear to what our intentions were behind the number. So I think this could point to giving the likelihood ratio in conjunction with the verbal scales, rather than one or the other. One or the other may well be misinterpreted as far as them understanding our meaning. Give both. They do have the line down here. It's possible that reactions to such statements will differ when they are delivered by an expert testifying at trial, particularly if the expert has opportunity to provide further explanatory context. I think, that's totally true. And there should be questions of people, but giving the two pieces of information together, I'm hoping, provide a better job of calibrating that whole thing. Because, we don't want, you may have a juror who thinks 1 and 2 is definitive, when we certainly would not think that. As far as a random match probability or likelihood ratio of 2 is definitive, when certainly we're not implying that kind of thing. And so hopefully with the joint presentation, that would come out. And I certainly hope that more research is done. I very much encourage the Thompsons and Martyrs and all of the world to find ways to look at joint representations of evidence and see what effect they have. Do they have the job of getting the jury to better come in line or at least understand what we mean by our numbers and our statements? So with that, I would like to thank some people. Tamara Moretti, I thank her so much, not just for all the great years we've been on committees together, but for organizing this series. This was a huge amount of work, and I applaud her for really just plugging away at it for a couple of years now. She's been wanting to do this and get this going, and she's been a real driving force behind getting all this information out and shared to the community. And of course, Josh Vickers and everyone at RTI, NIJ, and the FTCOE for making this happen. These webinars are invaluable sharing of information for the community. So, with that, and my working up of this crime scene here, that's it for my talk. So I think we're going on a break right now, but I'm going to pass it back to Tamara.
Okay, thank you so much, Stephen. That was fantastic information. Thanks for putting all that together and delivering it to us. Well done. So yes, at this point, let's take a break for about 10 minutes and come back at 2:35. At that point, we'll proceed with David Kay. Thanks very much. Okay, everyone, I'd like to welcome you all back, and we are ready to proceed with our next speaker. And I'd like to welcome David Kay to continue in our series.
Hello, everyone. Is the screen on now?
Yes, Dave, we can see your screen if you just want to go ahead and start it in presentation mode.
Perfect. Sorry for the delay. I'm delighted here to be able, thanks to Tamara and everyone else, to give a meta talk. I'm going to talk about talking, how to talk about likelihoods, just as Steve did, and probability for probabilistic and other kinds of genotyping. A word on my own background. As you know, I'm a lawyer, and most of my time professionally is spent translating science and statistics for lawyers and judges, and in more recent years, writing for statisticians to make the bridge between law and statistics. I've been advocating likelihood ratios as a mode of testimony in all kinds of forensic fields since the 1980s. I'm perhaps less of a fan, or at least I see more issues now than I did earlier, but and I may raise some questions as we go along about things that have been said today or earlier. I also will take some transcripts from cases. I haven't redacted the names of the witnesses because, not that I want to embarrass anybody if I disagree with them, I might be wrong, but I figure this talk is going to be recorded and my mistakes will be available for posterity. And when people testify, that's the risk you run too. All right. I'd like to try to provide a broad perspective on likelihoods to facilitate, as we're all trying to do, accurate testimony, comprehensible testimony, as well as legally acceptable testimony. I'm not going to talk a great deal about the law. I am going to talk more about statistical ideas. I'm going to begin with some theory, a lot of which we've heard before, so I won't belabor points. But I do want to suggest that this discussion is in no real sense limited to probabilistic genotyping, as it's called. The converse of that, I suppose, is deterministic genotyping. And probabilities are implicit and explicit with both types. So what do I mean by deterministic? Well, the genotypes are thought to be known. A matching genotype probability is estimated for at least one hypothesis about the true source or sources. And some kind of statistic, be it a frequency or a likelihood ratio, is produced. Now, what's the difference with probabilistic genotyping? Well, now we acknowledge that the alleles and genotypes are uncertain. There's a probability distribution over them. The ratio of probabilities, or probability densities, to be more technical, under at least two hypotheses are computed. And for my talk, you can skip the idea of a match step, as we used to do, forget the details of how MCMC integration approximate things, how a gamma model works. I'm just going to think of the output of whatever system we have as a likelihood ratio or as a Bayes factor, which I'll define in a moment. Another preliminary point, just to be clear, when I use source, I'm referring to the individual whose DNA molecules are actually in a physical sample, regardless of how they got there. And you can compare that, how that maps into whether we're talking about a subsource in terms of the activity, the hierarchy of propositions and all that. For my talk, I don't think it's going to be that helpful. old school thinking with deterministic genotypes. We've got some evidence. Mr. Zero, I'll call him, has a matching genotype. We have the hypothesis that he's a source. The alternative might be, we might be interested in the probability that a man outside of his family who is not a source also would match. That might be estimated through population genetics models, informed by sample data on allele frequencies and so on. That P, which we can call a p-value because it corresponds to an alternative hypothesis, and how surprised we would be to find the match if the alternative hypothesis is true. And I think I have written it wrong here. I should have written, instead of H sub 0, the alternative that it's not H sub 0, that it's someone else outside his family. Here's an example which illustrates the problems that existed even in that framework. McDaniel v. Brown was the only case I know of in which the U.S. Supreme Court has discussed transposition and what it called the prosecutor's fallacy. Troy Brown was a young man in a town in Nevada who was accused of raping a young girl at her trailer home when her parents were out late at night. He'd been with the mother at a bar drinking. He said, I was totally drunk when I walked back to my trailer. I have no recollection of anything like that happening. And there was a rough eyewitness description, more or less fitting his being present at the relevant time, perhaps on his way back, but there wasn't a lot of evidence except for some RFLP evidence. At the trial, the judge asked the state's expert, who, by the way, was then a member of SWGDAM. Now, for my benefit, we're looking at a 1 in 3 million statistic. That's what she produced under the so-called ceiling principle. Is there another way to show that? All right, that's always a problem if the lawyer asks you, is there another way, right? We've heard that. In other words, what is the likelihood that the DNA found in the panties is the same as the DNA found in defendant's blood? So now we're asking the lawyer is asking, well, I'm not sure what he's asking. Is it the same? I think he's asking, did it come from the defendant? The answer was, well, paternity testing uses percentages. Okay? We don't like to look at it that way. Well, I understand that, but what would the percentage be if you wanted to use percentage? Well, it would be 99.99967%. The lawyer says, may I go to the blackboard? And the court says, wait a minute, you're not the expert. You want your expert to compute something? He goes to the blackboard. And so the lawyer had to write 100% minus 99 point, etc. percent equals 0.00033. Court says, that's the same thing as what you testified to for a 1 in 3 million random match probability, right? Exactly, Your Honor. So what's going on? The random match probability is the probability of a match given an unrelated person, which she testified to. 100% is the probability of what? Of an unrelated person given a match plus the probability that Troy is the source given the observation that he matches. Now we're assuming there are no other possibilities in the world, like a sibling, which was absolutely wrong in the case, but he didn't want that brought up. That was another issue before the court. I'm not going to deal with it. What's happening is that the jury in the court is being invited to subtract off this 0.003% to end up with the probability that it is Troy given a match. Are those two things the same? It's been called the prosecutor's fallacy. I don't like that terminology particularly because defendants' counsel makes the same mistake. Newspaper reporters make the same mistake. Lots of people make the mistake, not just prosecutors. Well, in the case that when it went up to the Supreme Court, the court called it a classic example of erroneously equating a source probability with a random match probability. The particular legal issue in the case was not whether this was wrong as a matter of evidence, but it was whether or not it violated due process of law to have such testimony, especially when the defendant did not object to the transposition. And the Supreme Court reasoned that it did not, really it wouldn't even, because his post-conviction case, because the defendant didn't raise it, and a rational jury could still reach the same result with the 1 in 3 million figure. It didn't rise to that level. If you're interested in the case and everything else that I've put, I wrote out, as you'll find this at the end of my slides, materials from the case as a learning module for graduate students, law students, potential forensic scientists that the National Academy of Sciences prepared. So all that can also be found and available. That's not right. Okay. So these p-values have always been around. They've always been subject to confusion. And now let's talk about likelihood ratios for both types of evidence, probabilistic and otherwise. Suppose, just to give you yet another analogy to what they mean, because I like analogies, suppose a sonar signal, we'll call that our evidence, is received in a submarine. Think of the hunt for Red October. Is it a submarine? That'll be our hypothesis H sub 0, like Mr. Zero being the source, or is it something else? Is it a whale? That might be alternative hypothesis 1. A rock, hypothesis 2. A bed of a school of fish. There are a lot of potential hypotheses we could have. Just looking at the whale, the submarine versus a whale, we might say, well, 80.8 chance of seeing this evidence if it is a submarine, 0.8 if it's a whale. The evidence is uninformative. The likelihood ratio is 1, the log likelihood ratio is 0. Equally likely to see the data under either hypothesis. It doesn't help us distinguish the hypothesis. We can use different values of the probability and get very different of the two probabilities to get very different likelihood ratios. Now, this idea of likelihood leads to the notion of support in a school of statistical inference that is not Bayesian. One of my academic points that I like to make is that forensic science is obsessed with Bayes' theorem. There are other ways of interpreting likelihoods. If you're interested, I think Edwards' book, a geneticist, biostatistician, on likelihood is an excellent approach. And he simply defines the likelihood of a hypothesis as being the conditional probability to some constant, some positive constant. So it's not a probability. Likelihood, as we heard, is not a probability. But there is a likelihood for each hypothesis. And sometimes statisticians talk about the likelihood of a hypothesis in this manner. It means the probability within a constant of the evidence given the hypothesis. So one of Steve Meyer's statements to a likelihood a statistician would not have been incorrect. But to a lay audience, likelihood simply means probability, and that's not right in this technical sense. So that leads to confusion. Likelihood is not a probability. But let's form the ratio of these two likelihoods. The constant drops out, we get our familiar likelihood ratio. And what Edwards wrote was, in this school of statistics, of likelihoodism, is that the likelihood ratio is to be interpreted as the degree to which the data support one hypothesis against the other. So these things that I've written as likelihood ratio 0 to 1 are just one set of likelihood ratios for different likelihoods, the conditional probabilities, for one hypothesis. We'd have different numbers and have a different table elsewhere. Now, I think it's interesting that both the National Commission on Forensic Science Subcommittee on Reporting and Testimony and the American Statistical Association, in a position statement, arrived at recommending, in general, forensic practitioners should confine their evaluative statements to the support that the findings provide for the claims. That's a likelihood perspective. With deterministic genotyping, the likelihood ratio is just 1 over p. We could have a different hypothesis, in which case this first likelihood ratio would be larger than the hypothesis for the untested brother being the matcher, but that would also be greater than 1. And so on for various hypotheses. There's nothing Bayesian about this. I'm just asserting, and this is the idea of fit that Steve Meyer talked about, that the higher likelihoods indicate a better fit to the statistical model, and so there's more support for that model. When we get to probabilistic genotyping, the software computes the likelihood without a match step. And I don't care how it does it, if it does it right. And that's what validation is for. All right, the likelihood ratio is then the relative support for the hypothesis about who is the true contributor. And it compares how much we would expect, the degree to which we would expect to find the possibly messy data under our Mr. Zero hypothesis compared to some other hypothesis. All right, that's my take on likelihood ratios. Now, I've emphasized the distinction with Bayes factors because we've also heard in this series the idea that a likelihood ratio is the shift in probability, really the shift in the odds, occasioned by the evidence. So the Bayesian looks at this and says, the evidence E can be explained again by any one of several mutually exclusive, collectively exhaustive now hypotheses. And the court, of course, wants to know, well, look, what's the chance that Mr. Zero is the source, or is a source in the sample in light of the evidence? Well, before learning the evidence, presumably the court, the judges have some prior probability about that. How does the evidence change this prior to a posterior probability? And that's going to be Bayes' theorem. In this simple context, here is a derivation, which I won't go through, but the very definition of conditional probability says what I've written down. If you divide those two things and make a little switch as to the probability of the evidence and the hypothesis is the same as the evidence, hypothesis, and the evidence, very short derivation gets you to this result, that the prior odds times a Bayes factor compared to the alternatives, and this is a collection, we'll see, of all kinds of alternatives, equals the posterior odds. Now, I am making a point here that's somewhat subtle. And actually, I know someone in the audience is Tasha Hicks, has a very nice article, chapter on this in a book that's in a reference at the end of my slides, Tasha and her co-authors. And I'm going to put it this way, a likelihood ratio like the one I've been talking about is not always the Bayes factor for updating the prior probability. The Bayes factor is, as I've defined it, relative to, it's the odds on this hypothesis that Mr. Zero is the source. Compared to what? Well, compared to the hypothesis that he's not the source. But there were many ways in which he could not be the source. I've only looked at one of those in forming this hypothesis ratio. And because there are many ways, the denominator of the Bayes factor is a weighted sum of the likelihoods where the weights are proportional to prior probabilities on every one of the hypotheses that make up the negation of Mr. Zero being the source. Another way to say it. The Bayes factor, if you want to write it out in terms of all the likelihood ratios, looks like this. So you can report each one of these likelihood ratios or any one of them, but do not say, if you want to be a statistical purist, that they state the change in the prior odds on H to not H, prior odds of this hypothesis. In other words, at least in a world where there is more than a single pair of hypotheses be compared. Now, that's what I would mean by an exclusion, that we've gotten rid, that we're accepting the hypothesis of not H, not this guy, he's excluded. Well, is that what you're getting from your likelihood ratio for a particular alternative hypothesis? Unless you can define away all the others, which you may be able to do. You may be able to say, well, there were only 3 people in the car. I don't need to consider everybody else in the world. I mean, maybe you can do that, but you have to make that argument to get to the use of your likelihood ratio as a Bayes factor and to be able to talk about the shift in the probability in the sense and the corresponding odds of the truth of whether Mr. Zero is the individual or not, who is a source. Now, this comes up in kinship testing. Here's a case that I came across recently where a man was convicted of sexual penetration with his daughter when she was age 16. He had 2 children. The daughter had 2 children. The laboratory here looked at evidence from the 2 children and from the man, ran all this into a statistical calculator, the court said, and then, except the expert testified, technical leader at the lab, that this means that there's a large paternity index, and the probability that defendant was the biological father was 99.9999%. Now, where does that probability come from? Well, the defendant objected, by the way, that there's a presumption of innocence that's being violated because these numbers assume penetration. The expert testified, I'm dealing with penetration or possibly artificial insemination. I think a much better argument for the prosecution here would have been that, look, there's more than just artificial insemination. There are other ways to have conception without actual penetration biologically, although they're low probability events. But those are our prior probabilities on different hypotheses. If we've got a probability of what we want of H to not H, even if penetration, in other words, is the only possible mechanism, just to give a probability doesn't presume that an event or a hypothesis is true. It simply says there's a probability that it's true. If I say the probability of a trade war with China the U.S. and China in the next 6 months is 0.5, I'm not presuming there's going to be a trade war. I'm just estimating a probability. Well, what did the expert in this case do? Now we get to let's look at what goes on in the courtroom. He said Bayes' theorem is essentially a basis for a likelihood ratio. You're basing it on 2 conflicting hypotheses, completely random, unrelated individual. Now, if the individual is unrelated, I'm not sure why he has to be completely random, but it seems to me that's kind of redundant. But in any event, Bayes' theorem is not a basis for a likelihood ratio. I've just argued that likelihood ratios have their own meaning in statistics. The Bayesian wants to use them to update prior probabilities. The expert further testified, so you're taking two calculations. One is the prior probability, or the assumed probability, that the person in question is the father, divided by the probability that some unrelated person in the general population is the father. Well, wait a minute. We just saw the likelihood ratio was the ratio of conditional probabilities. Now, we did have an earlier talk in which it was said that the Bayes factor is the ratio of the posterior odds, actually it was phrased in the talk as the posterior probability to the prior probability. And that's only approximately correct. It's the ratio of odds is the Bayes factor. And I've suggested that, you know what, if you think there are people in that population who, other than the man, perhaps an uncle, who are plausible candidates, well, that's going to affect your Bayes factor. But it won't affect the likelihood ratio you've calculated. But let's assume that we've got the right likelihood ratio for a Bayesian interpretation. The trial court said the 0.5 number presumption that they start out with is actually just a truly neutral number. It assumes the same likelihood that the defendant was not the father of the child as it does that he would be the father. And the expert had said, you see, that he picked a neutral starting point of 0.5. And the question for a Bayesian is, why give 1/2 of the prior probability to a single unrelated man and all of the rest to the defendant? So there's really a can of worms as one starts to talk about prior probabilities in court. There are ways to deal with this. I wrote an article back in 1979 suggesting that experts could present a chart with different prior odds to show how much the genetic evidence alters those odds, or one could just give the Bayes factor if you have it, which is supposed to be the paternity index. The appellate court didn't deal with this. It just said, oh, that penetration presumption of argument of innocence argument was wrong. We don't reach the issue of whether a 50% prior probability is neutral and should be used. Some courts allow it, some don't. In this case, you might argue on appeal that it's kind of harmless error to use it even if it's not right. That is, let's take as our prior notion of the world no other evidence in the case. You're a laboratory witness. You don't go out, you don't know what's in the case, right? How could you possibly know the prior probability? Well, you might say the presumption of innocence means that the accused man should be treated no differently than anybody else in the population. Sure, he had more access, but I'm not going to deal with that. So if we say that's what the presumption of innocence means, and we distribute our probabilities over everybody in, say, the Chicago metropolitan area, then with the paternity index involved, we would end up, or the two indexes involved, we would end up with posterior odds of 40-1 or 5-1 for each of the daughters. And that's still pretty powerful. I mean, we've heard it's weak evidence, but you know what? It's going to correspond to for posterior odds, 40-1 isn't bad for convicting someone. Juries might or might not buy it, but it's certainly in the ballpark. So to summarize, likelihood ratios, whether they come, whatever kind of genotyping you do, describe relative support for hypotheses. Where there are only two simple hypotheses, then we have the nice simple Bayesian framework of posterior odds on the hypothesis about the suspect, the person of interest, whom I call Mr. Zero. All right, so how does the expert who understands all of this testify clearly and comprehensively. I'm going to approach this or deal with 5 approaches. First, and I think you have to start here, is what about the admissibility of numerical likelihood ratios? You're going to have more, we're going to have further talk on that in this series, but I'll just say the appellate case law is very thin. There's only one intermediate state court that's dealt with it, lots of trial courts now, but still in terms of actual precedential binding effect, not much at all. I think given the research that's been done, kind of validation we've heard about, it's, I think, not going to be that hard to sell for prosecutors or the proponents of this evidence, doesn't have to be a prosecutor, to demonstrate its acceptability under U.S. law. Well, with the right system and the right validation and all that. And I don't think validation's easy and there's room to say more needs to be done. But as I say, that's outside the scope of this talk. Let's look at how to define things and present numbers. And we've heard already some excellent advice about choosing words carefully. I'm going to toss in the possibility of avoiding extreme numbers. But here's one statement, one approach, which we heard about. I got an email, indeed, which said, after unmixing the data, the computer said a match between the shirt and the defendant was 353 trillion times more probable than coincidence. And I find that dangerous. Technically, if we interpret coincidence or coincidental match to mean the probability of the evidence on the hypothesis that's associated with coincidence, like an unrelated person or something, or all hypotheses, and if truly it really does it that way, well, okay, that's fine. But when I say something is more probable than coincidence, it easily sounds like I'm talking about a coincidence, the probability of a coincidence hypothesis. And if that's, and I haven't done an experiment with jurors to see, but I think this is not the optimal way to do it. Let's look at another case with some further testimony. And it's a case involving a Texas case. And we get the witness saying, how do you report, the lawyer asks, how do you report the likelihood that the genetic profile you develop from item of evidence does in fact match? Again, a very confusing question. Apparently match means something other than the evidence is in the ballpark of what it ought to be under this hypothesis. It sort of sounds like the truth of the hypothesis. But the answer that our expert gave here is a reasonable answer. Well, the likelihood ratios are such that the probability of the profile that we have is best explained, which really he means better explained, if it comes from one individual as opposed to the unknown, presumably unrelated person. How is it calculated? Answer: likelihood ratio equals hypothesis 1 divided by hypothesis. Now, I am a stickler. What can I say? My students would, well, you know, I teach law students, so I teach them to try to be precise. And you're not dividing hypotheses. Hypotheses are statements. They're either true or they're false. They have probabilities associated with them, but we're not dividing that either. There are conditional probabilities of evidence under each hypothesis, and that's what's being divided. Or if you prefer, likelihoods proportional to those probabilities are being divided. And so generally, is this just a fraction? Yes. Well, yeah, it's a fraction, But what do jurors understand a fraction to be? I think most of them might think, well, fractions like 1/2, 1/3. 50 million is not a fraction. Well, of course it is. It's 50 million over 1. But do people understand their fractions? Can they find a lowest common denominator? No, not jurors, not generally. Some can, but wouldn't assume it. So I'm not sure I like calling this a fraction. I think that could be misleading. But in any event, the lawyer now says, would it therefore be 10 times more likely that the item of evidence has John Doe's DNA on it? Would that be fair? And here, unfortunately, our expert has gone from giving a correct statement to the transposed one. And we get that again, where the lawyer is the one who is introducing the transposition. This I've seen in many transcripts. And the expert, unfortunately, goes along with it. And that's where, as we've heard, you really need to understand what's going on and have your mind on those words that the lawyer is saying before you just say yes. Now, when we deal with these extreme numbers, indeed, here we have the extreme number of an undecillion, which has 36 zeros. And I must say, I know statisticians who would say, give me a break. You can't compute things to that extent and really believe them. And the Royal Society has the Kingdom has a little primer for courts on DNA evidence, which suggests using a cap on like 1 in a trillion or less on these probabilities. Now, I offer that as something to think about instead of talking about undecillions. Prosecutor might like an undecillion, but is that really what the science will support? Cross-examination. We get the lawyer asking for the likelihood of the hypothesis. Technically, it's a likelihood in this abstract statistical sense, but the jury will hear this as probability. And the answer here is correct. The answer is could be clearer. It could say, well, no, that's not quite what I'm saying. What I am saying is 1,000 times more likely if it came from that individual. All right. Numbers then are going to be ones that you have to really be careful about as you present them. What about the verbal tag? I call it a verbal tag. Here's one, not with DNA, but for statistical reasoning in general, that came from Sir Harold Jeffreys, a noted geophysicist and statistician in England back in 1961, who advocated Bayes factors as a way of reasoning about scientific evidence generally. This was his scale. Where did these words come from? Well, Sir Harold liked them. And for many scientific experiments, he would have considered a likelihood ratio above 100 as being decisive. In some fields, that wouldn't be close. You're trying to find the Higgs boson with physicists would demand today an enormously larger Bayes factor. The SWGDAM committee, we've seen its scales. Others, the ENSFI one I have here is one that I understand is not one that they say must be used by any means, but is an example of an approach to be used. And there's one by Evatt that goes as far back as 1991 in an article, not for DNA evidence in particular, but for all of forensic science. And my position would be that these boundary lines are arbitrary. And if that's all that were used, saying that, we have an empirical basis for them because when we try to simulate false results, misleading results, we don't see we see a bunch of them here and a smaller bunch there. Still, the lines you're drawing are the words you're attaching to those lines are words that people understand differently. They may be well ordered in the sense that Bill Thompson finds. They may go in the right direction, but that doesn't mean that people are in fact using them accurately and appropriately. Now, as supplements to numbers, these words are probably okay. I don't, and indeed, it's nice in the same laboratory at least, and maybe beyond that, if when people say strong support, because it's hard to get away from an adjective in actual testimony, they use the same convention. But it is, I think, a convention. And it invites cross-examination by going back to somebody else's chart and saying, well, wait a minute, in this other case, this other expert called this, or this other laboratory would say, this is very strong. You're only calling it, or would say it's, you can see where it can produce, I think, some unnecessary debate if we could trust people to understand the numbers. How much more does it help them understand the numbers to say that it's strong support? Not at all clear to me that it does a lot. The recommendation to show the full scale, does that solve anything? I don't know that provides a real context. So I'm going to look for another kind of context, which is analogies. And by that I mean take a likelihood ratio that you have and try to equate it to something familiar. Here is a statistically precise analogy. We're going to take as our hypothesis to start with, so-called prosecution hypothesis, which I'm one of those who don't care for that terminology, but all right, it's that we have a fair coin. Now, by the way, there aren't very many real fair coins. Most coins are quarters, for example, U.S. quarters are biased slightly, 49% from a study at Stanford. But anyway, there are trick coins. And there's actually some evidence on how many of them are out in the population, but I'm going to not worry about all those details. Our trick coin has a head on both sides. Our data, 5 heads and 5 tosses. Our likelihood ratio is the probability of the data. I seem to have switched my ones. No, I've got that right. My trick coin is going to be the prosecution hypothesis that somebody's cheating with a trick coin. Okay, the likelihood ratio is going to be 32 for a fair coin. And if you had a probabilistic genotyping likelihood ratio of 32, you would say that that would be like somebody using the fair coin as opposed to the trick coin, and we were trying to tell which was which. With our data of 5 heads, this evidence is as strong as seeing 5 heads and 5 tosses. If the likelihood ratio from the probabilistic genotyping is some 500,000, then that's like getting 19 heads and 19 tosses of our unknown coin, our coin that's described by 2 possible hypotheses. So we could do this. Will the jury understand this any better? Frankly, I doubt it, but it helps my thinking. David Balding earlier mentioned medical tests as having likelihood ratios. So if here's a quick and cheap medical test for urinary tract infection that was studied, we could form a likelihood ratio for a positive test result, and compared to when there actually is an infection, compared to the positive result when there is not an infection, and that's a likelihood ratio of about 5. That's some evidence of an infection. And if I'm told, you know what, we've got a test result, it raises the odds that you have an infection from whatever it was before to about 5 times that. Well, is that weak or strong or moderate or limited? You can call it what you like, but it is evidence that has probative value, to use the lawyer's phrase. Another way to put it, it's 4.5 times more common with an infection than without one. That doesn't tell me what the probability of an infection is, but it tells me that I've got some evidence supporting that. And there are lots of medical tests that have very moderate probabilities that are or have been used. They're not gold standard tests. There, one would want ratios that are much higher. But still, you could say, well, we got results kind of like a clinical medical test that come up more often with true contributors than ones who are not. And this is how much more often we'd expect these results. Here's another way to try to do things in this equating approach. Pretend, although we have the probabilistic genotyping likelihood ratio of 32, pretend that this were a traditional deterministic genotyping case. And we knew the genotypes with no ambiguity. And it was a quote match. Then this ratio of 32 is, in terms of its probative value, in terms of its diagnostic value, identical. The context doesn't matter. A likelihood ratio means what it means regardless of context. The context informs the hypotheses you choose, but it doesn't inform the meaning of the number, which is a number that measures relative support. Anyway, this relative support for the hypothesis is the same as in this situation where 1 out of 32 objects have our distinguishing feature, trace feature F. In this case, be looking a lot like a cat instead of a meerkat. Well, now I turn to Texas because we saw this slide in an earlier presentation, and it's what we might call the Texas inversion. And the underlying logic behind it is laid out very nicely in the paper I've listed here. It took me a while to convince myself that it's correct, but it is if we have an actual likelihood ratio, as I've defined it, a so-called true likelihood ratio. In that case, you can talk about the expected maximum number of people who would produce a likelihood greater than, in my view, it's greater than or equal to the reported one. Now, there are some dangers, though, with this approach. First, we're not talking about real populations like the population in Texas. There aren't 28.3 million unrelated people in Texas. There are other hypotheses that are informing that population. What are we talking about? We're talking about simulating a population, generating an artificial population in a process called the Bernoulli process in statistics, where every person has a probability informed by the likelihood ratio of having certain characteristics. And then what does less than 1 in the chart really mean? Is the jury going to think it means none? Well, if the jury thinks it means none, this actually occurs, this sort of problem occurs, though I don't think I'm going to have time to go into it, so I'm going to skip over this, but just tell you generally that the problem comes up in cases in which an expert notices, in classical, again, the deterministic cases, where they say, well, look, the expected number of people with a matching genotype in the relevant population is only 1, and the defendant matches. So it's got to be the defendant, right? Well, the fact that the expected value is 1 doesn't mean it has to be here. If you flip a coin 10 times, the expected value is 5 of heads or tails, fair coin. But there could be 6, there could be 7 on one toss, could be 4, there's a distribution. And if you work out the math, you can show that in over 41% of the cases with this kind of randomly generated population, observing 1 person with the matching features in populations that have at least 1, 41.8% of those have yet another person or more than another person with the same features. So the only way you could get to a source probability approaching 1 is when the expected value is much, much less than 1, something that's in David Balding's book on the subject. Well, we also saw this picture, or this slide, essentially, using phrases like inclusion explanation, exclusion. I don't like those personally. I'm just giving you my own views, perhaps idiosyncratic, but I don't particularly care for inclusion and exclusion. I mean, to some extent, everybody in the world is included. It's just a probability question. To some extent, everybody is excluded. It's just what are the probabilities associated with hypotheses about who is the source. And I think we're trying to force things into a previous way of thinking by using that kind of terminology. So that'd be my objection to, say, the FBI talk of inclusion and exclusion, but it's not wrong. All right. So when we get to what does it mean, well, the likelihood ratio of 100 doesn't mean, one statistician I put this statement before told me he wouldn't like that way of putting it. It implies, through a result that can be traced back to Turing, something about the upper bound of the number of people in a randomly generated population who would be expected to give a likelihood ratio at least that large. And I would rephrase this another way about a population of unrelated people, so it's not being confused when telling people in Texas, if we did a census, we'd expect to find this. It might be close to what you find, but you've got to make that argument, and technically that's not what you've computed. Okay, next point to raise deals with what statisticians think of as error rates, although, as Tamara said, we can question what the word error really means. And sensitivity and specificity, those are terms that are normally defined in statistics just for classifiers, just for things like our clinical tests that make yes-no predictions or diagnoses. And with likelihood ratios, you really don't have the same statistics. What you have are probabilities or expected numbers of misleading results. But certainly the courts want those to be rare. So this is highly valuable information, at least at the level of validation, and also as a way not of explaining what the likelihood ratio means, but of saying, you know what, if we use this system, we're going to get results that point in the same direction as we would want them to. It's a little harder to say we would get results that are exactly what we're claiming them to be, and we prove that, but we get an analog, we get something like error rates in normal hypothesis testing. And I won't belabor exactly what those are in this context. I'll just say that in essence, I see this as one thinking about the likelihood ratio as being a statistic that kind of has a p-value, a tail-end probability, and we have simulated data and experiments that will tell us what these curves are for the likelihood ratio to be. This is not the way likelihoodists would think of likelihood ratios, but it is a property that can be used to make meaningful statements, I think. If you want to pursue that, there are some pictures of real distributions in a number of places, and I tossed in at the bottom a study that I did before the days of DNA using HLA types and paternity and simulating false paternity trios. And I found the paternity index, despite my doubts about it, actually worked pretty well. All right, the final thing I have as a mode of presentation is posterior probabilities, now that we know what Bayes' theorem is. And these are generally used in parentage cases. And not only are they used, but traditionally, there was a table which indeed was put in an article in a legal journal Family Law Quarterly by a committee of the American Medical Association and the American Bar Association, suggesting that the experts could say that something is practically proved, or that they use not useful for below a probability of 80, and this is a posterior probability. They called it a likelihood of paternity, but in the language that that in the common language of likelihood, that's right. It's a probability of paternity based on what? Based on this prior probability of 50%, which is surely debatable. There's another version of Dr. Hummel's verbal predicates that Charles Brenner produced, which is more finely graded. And, I'd submit that all of these words are words and the ranges are, they're where you draw the lines. But you can do that. How much does that add to giving a number? My view is this stuff adds nothing to the value of telling somebody the probability is 95%. If you could really say that for a posterior probability, why do you have to say 95%, by the way, is very likely? There, the verbal predicate is redundant and distracting, I think. Likelihood ratio is a little trickier. Now, with kinship testing, you can get into this problem of presenting likelihood ratios and probabilities of paternity and worrying about the context and saying we don't usually see likelihood ratios this large, so it's really not very good proof. And that's what happened in a case involving a fetus that was said to be the unborn child of a man accused of killing his girlfriend. And the government's expert, computed using Bayes' theorem with a prior of 50%, a 96.3% probability. Defendant is the father. The sample was fairly degraded, so they didn't have a lot of loci. But he testified that this is substantially lower than what we are comfortable with, what we usually see for paternity. So he wouldn't say that it was reasonable to give certainty. What did the court do? It said, the paternity index, the likelihood ratio, and the posterior odds, with the prior odds of 1, the posterior odds equal the likelihood ratio. If they are 26-1, that's not even useless. That is irrelevant. It doesn't even meet the standard of evidence that would help a jury at all. Now, that's the danger of telling the court, this is weak evidence, even, it's a factor of 50. Well, that's my medical test that isn't bad. If I get a test that comes back and says, you know what, we're 50 times more likely to see this if you've got cancer than if you don't. Do you want to do exploratory surgery? I want to know that, and I'm going to treat that as a pretty serious indication. I'm not going to say it's weak, because most of the time when the test comes back, the likelihood ratio is much higher than 50. It has meaning in itself. A final case, which involved likelihood ratios.
Savage, separate assaults, women abducted, pistol-whipped, and raped by 2 men in Dorchester. Here was the scientific legal loophole of identical twins. Prosecution could prove to a jury that it was either Dwayne or Dwight McNair who committed the crimes, but it couldn't prove which.
The understanding was that couldn't do it.
Penn State law professor David Kay is an expert in forensic science.
Because they were so similar. Differences forensics pick up just wouldn't be seen in any pair of identical.
In 2014, 10 years after the crimes, Dwayne McNair was about to go to trial when prosecutor David Deacon read about advanced technology successfully applied by a German company to tell one identical twin from another. Next generation, or massive parallel sequencing, as it's called, enables scientists to map out the genome of each twin. That's the entire set of genetic instructions in the bundles of DNA the chromosomes found in every cell. Professor David Kay.
You can have a miscopy, if you will, at some point. We'll call that a mutation.
Well, we've heard enough
Mutations
from me.
occur both randomly, and if a mutation occurs after the twinning process that gives rise to separate identical twins, thought that the mutation one twin or the other, but not both. With time running out before Dwayne McNair went to trial in Boston in 2014.
So in the case, the problem came back that, you know what? Neither twin perfectly matched the semen sample on this sequencing of the entire genome. But one was closer than the other. And it gets complicated because it has to do with the timing of the mutations. Full disclosure, I was retained as an expert for the defense in this case. But in the case, a biostatistician testified as follows. Likelihood, and this is at a pretrial hearing. The likelihood ratios, are they generally accepted? Yeah. Any controversy? Nah, they've been around forever. Anything challenging about them? Nah, very straightforward, not difficult. Well, I mean, the idea of a likelihood ratio may be, but depending on the problem, it can be a little trickier to compute it. At the hearing, he explained, I thought very fully compared to what was in a report earlier, the assumptions and how he derived his posterior probability, his likelihood ratio, took a prior of 50-50 for one twin and the other. Maybe that's not so implausible. But was it straightforward? Here are the pictures shown to the court to explain what mutations might be going on, attaching probabilities, different events based on limited data about mutations. And finally, the explanation of likelihood ratios. Ratio tells you how much more likely one hypothesis is than the other. Whoa, we're back to the risk of transposition. If likelihood, again, means probability. Again, technically, to a biostatistician, it might not mean that. So I'm not going to say he was wrong, but I'm going to say that in terms of translating to a jury, not the right way to do it, not the best way to do it. So we had one calculation, and we got a different report, unless you accept the prior probability of 50%. And that was never discussed before the court. If you're curious as to what happened in the case, the judge did exclude the evidence in a somewhat internally conflicted opinion, suggesting that next generation sequencing was pretty good, that a lot of this had been established, but you know what? It shouldn't come in anyway, and because I had enough trouble figuring this out, and there's no way the jury would understand it. Keep hitting too many things. All right, so I've now indicated all kinds of ways, aspects of different ways to talk about the laboratory findings. I don't claim to have a or the solution. I think that progress is being made toward dealing with this, that multiple approaches may be helpful. I've probably made some mistakes in some of the things that I've said. However, they're out there, and I look forward to future incarnations of this discussion that will inform my thinking and cause me to update my prior probabilities on what is the best way to proceed. Thank you. I leave you also with, if you're further details on a lot of what I've said can be found in these references.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for putting all this helpful information together for us. And as I listen to both of the talks today, I'm just struck by all the guidance that we're getting about how to respond to questioning. And I just hope that we have touched on that portion of the audience that is actually phrasing the questions to us, that they as well are learning as we are on how to communicate likelihood ratios. So thanks again, Professor Kay, for your presentation today. And I would now, with the last 20 minutes, we do have some time to circle back to questions that were posed during our session today. So I am going to share my document here where I'm keeping track of the questions. And we can go through those questions one by one with the speakers today. One of you asked to have the websites for the two sessions that I have mentioned, and that was shared in the chat field as well as here, if you wanted to either use the links or go through the alternate ways of getting to those sources. We had a comment as well. I was really pleased to hear that our colleagues in Europe are also on our call today, and just clarifying, and Professor Kay mentioned this as well, that the scale in the MC guidelines is not the actual MC scale, but an example of a verbal scale. Now, a question I had, or was posed to me, had to do with truncating LRs that are less than 1. So I did a little bit of easy math here to exemplify what we would do in terms of truncating. And I think Stephen had mentioned as well that that's their approach at Cal DOJ. The question is, how is it handled for H2? Truncating 8.1 to 1 is not conservative. So would you then round it up to 2? And the answer to that is no. We consistently truncate whether it's above or below, and recognize there's this range actually between 0.5 and 1 where it would be considered potentially not conservative if you think a 1 versus 2 is a substantial difference there. I mean, I think, and here's some math, anything 0.5 or that number as well generated, when you calculate the reciprocal, a number that would be truncated to 2. So if the value is 0.51, the reciprocal, in order to report that in the same format, would be 1.96, which would be truncated to 1. So there's a range here that I've indicated that the values that, as the question are actually here, would be truncated down to 1 in that manner. But I would just like to comment on that as well. You could easily imagine that if this analysis was rerun, we might have gotten a different number. We're talking about the difference in an LR value of 1. And granted, it does change the conclusion from uninformative to support for H. And so in that sense, I just think we're talking about differences between a value of 1 and 2 that are really just minimal differences. Another question, is SWGDAM still discussing what to do in the event of rare alleles causing a population database to support exclusion when the remaining databases support inclusion? If any of the other speakers would like to comment on this, you're welcome to. Should a locus with a rare allele ever be omitted from analysis in order to promote consistency in LRs from all databases?
I mean, I'll Chairman, this is Stephen. I'll just comment that, in our laboratory, we regularly report from multiple databases, and part of the purpose of that is to give some sense of variation. So in that level, if that rare allele, changed things, then that would help people see that there is some variation. Now, if you're dealing with a very complete profile, what the meaning of that change would be is probably incredibly limited. If you change even a factor of 10 or 100, but you've already in the billions range or trillions, or the undecillions to really give pleasure to David there, it's not a meaningful change. But we would not eliminate that, if that was the case, because that was the point of having multiple databases in our reports.
Yeah. And I will, we are in the process at SWGDAM of working on the update to the autosomal document and to include probabilistic genotyping. And this is certainly a question we can take to the group. And I would add as well that if ever there's a question about guidance that we've provided or something that someone would like to see addressed, I would encourage you to send a question to Tony Honorato, who's the chair of SWGDAM. There have been times when those questions have led to sidebar discussions and issuance of an FAQ in order to, get information back on the topic, or it may be something that needs to be discussed and worked into a guideline. So please feel free. I'll take this one to the group, but please feel free to send us any additional questions or issues that you think you'd like to see included in our considerations. And the last question we had today is if the testifying expert believes that the propositions tested were not sufficiently defined and that has contributed to the problem with the misunderstandings evident by the non-scientist attorney's questioning, what is the recommendation for the testifying expert to the court? Should repeating what an LR is or is not, that would seem to be inadequate. Would either of you like to take that question?
I can take a stab, and then David can take a stab if you like. I'm not positive I understand the question fully, but if I'm getting questions from an attorney and it seems that they don't understand the concepts, certainly I would try and really break down in this specific case using the case propositions, what went into those propositions and how we're trying to work out, the probability of seeing those evidence traits given them. But also, as David mentioned, I love analogies. Now, you're always a little at risk with analogies because no analogy is perfect and they can, someone could use it to send you down the wrong path or make someone think something that's not intended. But, I do think sometimes just multiple approaches, a combination of the scientific way of saying it and analogies can be helpful. So, working with that as best as possible. Just like with random match probabilities, there are some people who just don't seem to ever quite get that the transpose conditional is a transpose conditional. They can't hear the difference in the wording. There comes a point where sometimes you're stuck, but, you can, having, a good set of analogies can really help you along the way in my mind.
I would only add that if the expert believes that the propositions were sufficiently defined, well, if they weren't sufficiently defined, you can't compute an LR. It's conditional on hypotheses, or it applies to hypotheses. And in statistics, you've got to have a clear hypothesis. Now, whether the attorney understands the hypothesis or not, or the different hypotheses, is something that the analyst and the attorney need to discuss before, ideally before the case, before any testimony occurs.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't sure if "were not sufficiently defined" meant not well defined prior to, coming to court, and prior to the calculations being done, or if that meant, not sufficiently defined as in explained. As I said in the module 2, my presentation there, our agency does offer the opportunity to both prosecutor and defense to give us, a proposition that is better in line with an assertion that they would be making to the jury, and assuming it's possible and given to us in a timely manner, and various caveats, we will calculate that so that information is available. Those probabilities of seeing that evidence under propositions that are being discussed in the court, we'll try and have that information there. But I was taking this as that the statement about what the LR said or was minimal or didn't really dive into the proposition significantly enough that it left people not understanding.
Yeah, I think that's
Stephen,
a more appropriate interpretation.
Okay. Stephen, are you in a position, is there any update for us with respect to any guidance documents on proposition setting that you're involved with?
The document that came out of OSAC is currently at ASB. The public comments period closed, and the comments are being adjudicated as well, not right this second, but they are in a process of being adjudicated. So that process, there were a lot of comments, and so that process is not going to be done next week. But there's a strong effort to keep that rolling along. So that's as far as I can get you.
Okay, so for those not familiar with the process, what happens after those comments have all been addressed? What will happen with the document?
So then, and this is my first time dealing with an ASB situation. It has to go up for votes, going up the ranks in ASB, and then I think it actually needs to go to ANSI. And then after ANSI approves it and ASB approves it and it's all good on that end, I think it has to go back to OSAC, where it kind of gets looked at again to see if the OSAC committees are, still okay with the document. The end goal being, as long as everyone's good with it, it would ultimately get put onto the Federal Registry. And at this point, I don't believe any of these standards documents are something that will have to be definitively followed. I think they're still voluntary, but if I don't know if there will be a point in the near future whether any such things as, for example, federal funding might be tied to your adhering to standards that are on the Federal Registry. But I mean, in the standard has still got a lot of steps to go prior to getting on the Federal Registry.
So,
okay, all right.
What I wanted to interject, having spent 3 years on the Legal Resource Committee of OSAC, the OSAC process ultimately does review what comes out of a standard setting organizations there's no, quote, Federal Registry. There's NIST has its own list of things that the Forensic Science Standards Boards of OSAC approves, and those have no force of law any more or less than does the ASB approval make something legally binding. All of this are, it's not a legal requirement. It is, however, very helpful for attorneys to be able to say that the evidence they're talking about conforms to a process governed by standards that met with the approval of as many people as possible. So, and I don't think that's going to change. I don't think Congress is about to, this Congress is not interested in enacting that kind of a law. It's got other things on its mind.
Well, I didn't make up the term Federal Register, but someone else may have made it up for me.
Okay, well, thanks, guys. That's very helpful. So let me take a quick look over at our, if I can, at our chat pod and see if we have any more questions. And I think not. So with that, I'm going to conclude our session today. And I would like to thank Josh Vickers and the staff at RTI International for all their tremendous work to help bring our webinars together and bring us all together. And let you know that I've got some homework to do with providing references for some of the announcements that are out for our future webinars, and getting some information for our very last webinar. But I would like to thank as well Gerald Laporte at NIJ for his support for our series. And with that, thank you all for your attention. Thanks so much, Stephen and David, for your excellent presentations today. And with that, I will say I'm going to pass it over to Josh for his final comments. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tamara, and definitely thanks again to Stephen and David for their presentations and their expertise today. We are going to go ahead and wrap things up for the day. This was Module 5. We have just completed the registration for Module 6. We'll be sending out a special announcement in our newsletter tomorrow, so you will be able to register for Module 6. That will be next Wednesday, the 19th, again at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. And then we will have 2 modules after that, 7 and 8, in the next few weeks. So we're going to get that information out to you as soon as possible. Again, we always want to thank our subject matter experts and presenters for their time and countless hours of research and dedication they have put into their field. So definitely thank you for that. And then we would obviously always like to thank our attendees for joining today's event. Without your support and attendance, our workshops and webinars just simply would not be possible. So thank you everyone for joining. As always, we always try to get your feedback on how we are doing here at the FTCOE. So if you wouldn't mind taking a few moments to complete our short survey, you'll find it down there on the bottom right, directly underneath the closed captions pod. So before you leave, if you could click on that survey link, that will take you to the survey where you can complete that and fill that out relatively quickly. Also, we are recording today's event just as we have with all of the other workshops. We do have the first 4 modules up as far as their archivals are complete. So check our website and you will be able to at www.forensiccoe.org, and you'll be able to find all of the first 4 modules that have been completed are there for registration, and you can view all of those at your leisure. Again, we just want to thank everyone for attending today, and Tyler shortly will be putting in the chat pod, you'll see him doing that now, links to our social media outlets such as Twitter, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So if you wouldn't mind following those, if you would like to stay up to date with all of our FTCOE offerings. He'll also put a link there, as he just did, to our podcast as well as our website, again, where you can access all of our no-cost webinars, reports, and podcasts. Again, thank you everyone for attending. We look forward to seeing everyone back next Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to look out for that newsletter that will be coming out tomorrow. Thank you everyone for attending, and we will see you shortly.